That is executive session.
You all comfortably seated?
Yes.
All right.
Ready to go.
Good evening. Call this meeting to order pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023 and as amended as of March 28th, 2025. This meeting will be conducted in person and as a courtesy via remote means in accordance with applicable law. Please note that while an option for remote attendance or participation is being provided as a courtesy to the public and board members, the meeting/hearing will not be suspended or terminated if technological problems interrupt the virtual broadcast unless required by law. The meeting will be recorded by the local scene. Members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so by viewing the Duxbury Government Access channels, which are Verizon 39 and Comcast 9. Viewers can visit the localscene.media/Duxbury for information on Duxbury programming, including streaming and watching replays on Duxbury YouTube. Our first order of business this evening is an executive session for discussion of possible litigation. And Mr. Clerk, I believe we have a motion for going into
Yes, I
executive
move
session.
that the Select Board go into executive session under General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A and 3, to discuss strategy with respect to possible litigation regarding McNeil Dump, and to discuss strategy with respect to litigation regarding Watermark LLC versus R.H. Benea Cranberry Company Incorporated et al., because the chair has declared that discussing these matters in open session may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the Select Board, and with the Select Board to adjourn upon completion of this executive session and reconvene in open session.
Do we need a second first?
No.
No? All right. As chair, I will entertain a motion to go into executive session under Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to possible litigation regarding McNeil Dump, and to discuss strategy with respect to litigation regarding Watermark LLC versus R.H. Benea Cranberry Company, Inc., et al., because I declare that discussing these matters in open session may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the Select Board, and with the Select Board adjourning upon completion of this executive session and reconvening in open session.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Requires a roll call, starting with Fernando.
Fernando, aye.
Ryan, aye.
Amy, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Michael, aye.
Okay, we are in executive session. We have Attorney Blake with us. Approximately 6:30 for our open session materials.
Yeah, so what
You knew
comes
that.
up next?
It's on my calendar, and I told you I'm going somewhere.
Chamber of Commerce.
I'm
Huh?
doing the school tours. I told you all about it. Yes.
Besides that.
Come on in, everybody.
Ringing a bell? Yeah, school week, school vacation.
Next week is school vacation?
Yes, it
Next
is.
week, yeah.
Huh.
Hi there.
Hey, Betsy.
All right, we have everybody. Anybody else left in the hallway?
Friend and I cannot get enough of this.
Apparently. I'm
Great.
surprised everybody's here again.
I know it.
All right, do we have anybody left in the hall?
They are, it's their own fault, we all left.
Okay.
Yes, friend.
Great, thank you all for waiting. We've finished with the executive session. We're now moving into open session. We've already been called to order. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is open forum. Anything from the board this evening, open forum?
No.
Thank you.
Fernando?
Yeah, so at some point, I'd like to add to the agenda a discussion when we break the back of all this work and we've got a little bit of space in our agenda. So I think this year we've made improvements in the process of how we go about looking at the budget. All right, so I think 5A and 5B, we did okay. I think there's the ballot question. There's improvements. I think we can maybe enter discussion, figure out, working with Rennie, how we can kind of smooth that bit there. I still think, though, with the capital budget, we're a little bit out of sync, and we need to get in sync in that. And that's basically, again, I just want to repeat, Appendix B, an act providing for the town manager in the town of Duxbury. Act, Chapters 353, Acts of 1987, right? Which clearly says in Section 2I, the Board of Selectmen shall review the annual proposed budget submitted by the town manager and make recommendations with respect thereto as they deem advisable. The town manager shall present the budget, incorporating the recommendations of the selectmen to the Finance Committee and the Fiscal Advisory Committee. And I read that we should be obviously looking at the operating budget, but also the capital budget, and provide our recommendations to Rennie, and then he transmits it and shares it with the Finance Committee and the Fiscal Advisory Committee that look after our capital. So I think we're making progress, but we've got a bit of work to do, and I think we need to add that to agenda and figure out how we work with Rennie and with Mary to get it working the right way.
Okay, so a recommendation for an agenda item for a future meeting.
Correct.
All right, so noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the board? Okay, I just have a few things. Number one, I'd like to thank our DPW team for great work on tackling yet another snowstorm. Seems like this is a weekly event now. Thank you again to DPW for all the work. In that vein, congratulations to Norm Smith on his retirement from the Highway Department, and welcome to Blair Crane. Blair has big shoes to fill, but we're happy to have him on board, and he's already hit the ground running. Rainey, are you going to mention anything about the Powder Point Bridge meeting this week?
I am, but you can
Okay.
say it
well,
again.
I have it as a placeholder.
We're going to
just
say
a
it 3 times, so
a
go ahead.
reminder,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
that this Wednesday, the 11th, at 6 p.m. at the DHS cafeteria, very important Powder Point Bridge meeting with DPW, with Mass DOT. Please come. It's open to all, and we want to hear everybody's comments, especially if folks didn't come last time. Anything from the public for open forum? These matters are not on our agenda, things you'd like us to take up later, or just general things you'd like us to be aware of. I don't see anybody in the audience. Anybody online? Yes, Bree.
Hi.
You can introduce yourself for the record, please.
Bree Ling, 1041 Union Street. I am on a couple of committees and boards, but I'm here just speaking as a citizen. I was looking at last year's annual town warrant. I am a weirdo who has many of the past town warrants back to past 2017. And I was looking at raises for management, and I'm wondering if we can discuss putting a pay freeze on town management until we are at an operating budget. And that's all I'd like to discuss later. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, we will move on to new business. Our first item of new business is introduction of Amy Naples, the Executive Director of the Duxbury Chamber of Commerce. Amy, I'll invite you to come to the podium. I know we have a presentation. Purpose of this evening's presentation is to familiarize the board and the town with the recently newly constituted Chamber of Commerce, talk about things you're up to and opportunities for collaboration between the town and the chamber.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Amy, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. So Bob Nolat is our Director of Membership and Business Relations for the Chamber, and he's handing out a little packet we put together for more information on the Chamber, as well as a little block. Chairman Glennon, I appreciate your sticker you have on your laptop.
That's right.
You are representing the organization proudly, and we appreciate that. So I did put together a brief presentation. I'm joined tonight by our advisory board members, Donna Wood, which she needs no introduction, let's be honest. Everyone knows Donna, and Sean Hagan. So thank you both for joining us. Unfortunately, the chairman of our board is ill tonight, so he couldn't join us, but sends his best. So the Duxbury Chamber of Commerce is strengthening business and building community. That is what we're all about. And how the chamber began, I figured would be a good way to kick off the presentation. So we were formed in 2023 following the disbanding of the Duxbury Business Association. So the Duxbury Chamber was created to ensure a strong, unified voice for local businesses. Former State Representative Josh Cutler was very instrumental in the formation, helping establish the chamber to focus on advocacy, connection, and opportunity for Duxbury businesses. So the Duxbury Chamber is an affiliate chamber of the Plymouth Area Chamber of Commerce, and it's supported by a professional staff. We have a team of 4 with the Plymouth Area Chamber that are dedicated to working with the Duxbury Chamber. We are also supported by our advisory board, as well as a team of ambassadors. So we try to ensure that businesses feel supported, they have mentors, and they have hands-on support to help our members succeed. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the Duxbury Advisory Board, as I mentioned, we have 2 here tonight. They're comprised of respected business and community leaders. They provide strategic direction and leadership oversight. They identify priorities that help guide the Chamber's initiatives. They ensure the Chamber remains strong, a unified voice for Duxbury businesses. As I mentioned, they serve as ambassadors and advocates within the business community. They strengthen collaboration among business, town leadership, and the chamber. They partner with our staff, our team, to support long-term growth and economic impact. So their main strong focus is on business engagement, economic development, and thoughtful community planning. So that was the Duxbury Advisory Board, and I will go into their strategic planning and goals for 2026 later in the presentation. So I wanted to give a quick update. Since starting in 2023, we are growing strong and gaining great momentum. So we have 78 members, which we are very proud of, and we have a retention rate of 92%. So, and we've also expanded programs over the course of the last couple of years in community engagement and increased visibility across the business community as a whole. So one of our main objectives is certainly to bring the business community together. So we do so by offering a number of opportunities for businesses. So one in particular is our annual meeting we do have coming up on March 26th. It's an opportunity for businesses to learn more about the Duxbury Chamber, where their investment is going, the strategic goals that we have in place, and of course engage with other fellow businesses. So that we hope you will join us for, and that's going to be at the Village of Duxbury, March 26th from 5 to 7 p.m. Also, we have networking luncheons. We actually have one next week at Bluefish River Tavern, or actually this week, it's tomorrow, at Bluefish River Tavern. We also have Vibe events. They're very similar to a business after hours, but they're a very important business event. Educational programmings, ribbon cuttings, and meetups throughout the summer months to kind of collaborate, opportunity for businesses to network and get out. One area we've really expanded upon is marketing and outreach. So we know it's important for businesses to elevate their reach, and certainly we've kind of leaned on social media in doing so. We've used our social platforms, Instagram and Facebook, and we've had great results. So just over the course of the year, this kind of gives a highlight of the different reels that we have done throughout the community, spotlighting local businesses here in Duxbury. So you can see on there, that's kind of the faces of our Duxbury business community. And our results have been wonderful. As I mentioned, we've gained 420 new followers. We had 100,000 plus views. We've reached over 27,000 accounts and 1,400 profile visits just on Instagram. And then Facebook, we had 254 followers gained this year. Plus 20,000 views, and then 1,100 profile visits, which is really great considering it takes some momentum and all of that to gain results like that. And then we launched a monthly newsletter, which goes into the inbox of roughly around 5,000 people. So that's great for great exposure in that. So we are also here to honor tradition. So a new chapter for the Duxbury holidays is going to be that the Duxbury Chamber is taking that over. So we are honored to carry on this tradition and look forward to its continued success. We're working very closely over the last holidays event with the town and just ensuring it's a very smooth transition for us, and we are very excited to be able to continue it. And next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, the advisory board has been working really hard on some strategic goals. You know, the last couple of years we've taken time to build momentum, really identify and get an idea of what the business community is looking for. So it allowed the board to really come up with some strong goals, not only for the organization, but the community itself as well. So the board spent probably 2 to 3 months planning these goals. And this is kind of just a little overview, but the guiding principle is always to connect and grow the business community through leadership, advocacy, and partnerships. So membership growth, we hope to grow by 35%. We would like to achieve our retention of 85%, so retaining 85% of the members who are currently a part of our organization. Something very important to us is the market presence and visibility. So offering an array of events, networking, educational, things that bring people together, opportunity for businesses to network and find value in the chamber membership. Of course, grow non-dues revenue so that it's a sustainable, robust organization, and we can put that money into other programs and services within the Duxbury community. And then, of course, board engagement. We want to ensure our advisory board is out there working and, you know, hearing from the business community and fostering that involvement. And they continue. So strengthening partnerships is, of course, vital to the success. And Chairman Glenn came to an advisory board meeting, kind of heard a little bit about these, and in your packets is a more detailed list of the strategic goals and the partnerships that we hope that we can work with, you know, the municipality on. So increased collaboration with roundtables and meetings with nonprofits, local leaders, what have you, to really hear how the chamber can help, you know, in various different ways. Understand the permitting and business challenges, because we want to be able to communicate that to you and be that strong voice within the community. Continue involvement with Livable Duxbury. In another slide, I'll tell you a little bit how we are involved, but that's something very important. We know it is an incredible group of people working really hard within the community, and we want to be able to support that however we can. Support town-led economic development efforts. I know there's been a number of studies done. We want to be able to assist and guide and be a partner with you on those. Strengthen communication with town officials. Thank you for having us tonight. I think this is a great step in doing so and getting to know each other. Donna Wood and I visited Town Hall during December, stopped in at the different departments, and just, you know, so people know that we are a partner and that we can help however we can. We want to be that resource for the town, not just the residents, but you folks working in the trenches every day. Cross promotion of events for nonprofits, I think that's so important. You know, we are stronger working together, so I think that's important for our nonprofits to know we're here to help support them with their various initiatives. Share some volunteer opportunities. So our Plymouth Area Chamber organization has a very robust group of volunteers. So we can kind of lean on them for support, and they're always looking for opportunities, so we know we can maybe get some others involved in the various programs and things happening here within Duxbury. And then, of course, educational programming. We offer a lot of educational programming to members, but specifically for nonprofits, we're going to try to grow upon that a little bit more. So creating community-wide impact through stronger connections, increased visibility, and shared goals that will support a vibrant Duxbury. And these are what our board came up with, and I think they're fantastic, attainable goals for 2026. And then moving along, as I mentioned, we have been a part of Livable Duxbury. So we have served, we're serving as an active partner supporting Care Solace with outreach, educational programs, and community marketing initiatives. We're working with them on heightening some social media reels. We're going to be working with Peter Holden, who, as you know, Care Solace's face, I guess. So we're going to be putting some really great reels together in that sense. I am participating in the civic engagement domain group, so that will be great to connect the chamber within the Livable Duxbury domain. And then building partnerships by connecting businesses, jobs, volunteer opportunities, again, putting it maybe on a broader platform with our reach. And then looking ahead at our role, sorry, next slide. Thank you. We're looking to position the chamber as a trusted partner, and that's why, why we're here tonight. We want for the community to know that we are a strong, credible voice for business. We are here to advocate on the business's behalf. We want the town to know we are here for various economic development initiatives, any grant opportunities. We want to be able to support you however we possibly can. We want to be the bridge between business and government and community, a reliable resource for driving economic growth, and championing a strong, resilient local economy. And lastly, I think these are some areas that we can expand upon. Again, there's a page in your packet that has all this information as well, in more detail, I guess I could say. So we want to strengthen strategic partnerships in business engagement and economic development, certainly, as well as community planning. We want to encourage businesses to participate in MA 250 commemorative events. We want to enhance the communication, the dialogue between government and businesses, strengthen information channels. If there's something you're looking to get out to the community, feel free to share it with us. We want to be able to, reach as many audiences as we can. The Master Plan Economic Development, review the Envision Duxbury Master Plan Hall's Corner Survey, and identify how the Chamber could be involved in pushing maybe some of those initiatives forward. We want to be a partner with you on that. Invite our town leadership to Duxbury events, and we would love to have you at our annual meeting coming up, March 26th, as I mentioned, as well as other events. It would be wonderful to have you pop in at ribbon cuttings, and just so that businesses feel that strong support from their local government. And then provide regular updates, share events and programming with leadership and, of course, the select board. And that concludes my presentation. Any other information you would like to share from the advisory board, Sean and Donna?
I think you covered it, but yeah, we've definitely been collaborating more with the town officials. I think that was the...
Sean, I'm going to stop you just for a sec, just because folks at home can't hear you unless you're at the mic. But please share what you have to share with us, but just if you stand next to Amy doing it, that'd be great.
Sorry, Sean.
I was just going to say that everything Amy covered is true. It's been really exciting to be a part of it. As a local business person in town, it's been great to have this as support. I think the area we're really looking to move into is more of a connection with the town. and the officials there. And so we're coming with this information of what we've done so far, and that's really the next iteration as we gain momentum and as we're building. So very happy to be part of it, volunteer my time, and thank you for the future connections we're going to make.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
No,
Thank you.
All right.
thank you very much.
I just have a couple of comments. One is, thank you for coming to us.
Thank you for having
and
us.
putting this together, because we know that our business community is small, but mighty here in town, and we're really excited to have the opportunity to showcase what we do have here in town, and that we have a group that's shining a spotlight on those activities. And I think it's important for businesses in town to know that you exist and that you're a resource.
Yeah.
I can't advertise memberships from up here, but what I can say is that you are a resource, and you're certainly dialed in, have great ideas in terms of growing business. And what we want to see in Duxbury is continued thriving businesses. And where it is such a small percentage of our overall community, we certainly want to have every opportunity for the businesses to do the best they can here in our town. Any questions or comments from the public while we're here? And Amy, I will also point out to you, behind you is Danielle Klingeman, the superintendent. I want to make sure that the school department is also involved to a certain extent. We're talking about opportunities for maybe student jobs.
Yes.
And that sort of stuff, so that we have a great resource here in our students and school department as well. So.
And we have a lot of great ideas to work with
All right.
the students that we would love to expand upon. So I'd love to connect with you.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Well, thank you all for coming, and it's
Thank you,
great to
yeah.
hear about
Thank
what
you
you're
again.
doing, and we're excited to see what the next year or so brings.
We appreciate the time and you having us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
John. Thank you. Thanks, Donna and Bob. Well done. Okay, next on our agenda is, we need to convert to the Water and Sewer Commissioners to talk about discussion and vote on abatements. So before we invite Mr. Cloud up, may I have a motion?
Do you?
Yeah, I move that the Select Board adjourn the meeting in order to meet as the Water and Sewer Commissioners with the intent of reconvening as the Select Board after roll call vote.
Second.
We have motion, second, any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, call for the roll call, starting with Fernando.
Fernando, aye.
Brian, aye. Amy?
Oh, Amy, I'm sorry.
Cindy, aye.
Michael, aye.
Okay, we are the Board of Water and Sewer Commissioners. This evening, we have some
Actually,
abatements.
Peter's going to be doing the presentation.
Oh, Peter. Oh, yes, okay, thank you. Please come on up and explain what you'd like us to look at for the abatements. I think we've all looked at it, but just for the folks at home who
Okay,
haven't had the
well,
opportunity.
there's 3 abatements. We only have 3. And the first one is 79 Miles View Drive. And it was an incorrect usage was marked down during the final reading. You know, it was a final reading of a home sale. You know, so they got the usage wrong, you know. The next one is 21 Ocean Road South, you know, and what happened is we've got some new units that kind of read these things electronically. It picked up the wrong signal, so the numbers just didn't match. They went back and viewed the actual meter itself, and were able to find the issue, you know, and actually ended up updating the meter anyways, because it was an old 2003 meter, you know, so it was time to upgrade it, you know. And the last one is at 512 Lincoln Street. That house has been vacant, and it was handwritten, you know, it's been vacant for a few years, and it was handwritten, and they entered the number, somebody transposed the number incorrectly, you know, so again, they looked back and they could see during the years how much the usage was, and the number was just far off, you know.
So to be clear, these are just administrative issues to be cleaned up. This is not an abatement of water that was actually used.
No, we're not arguing with it, we're not arguing usage, no.
Fernando, you had a
I
question?
mean, that was my
Okay.
question. $21,000 worth of water, right, that you
Yeah,
were using.
and you
but-
look at it, there was very, very little use, and it was still the house was vacant,
Right.
and then suddenly it shot up. So the first thing we looked, could there possibly be a leak? And it wasn't a leaking situation. It was a transposition of numbers.
All right.
So there is a way to determine whether it's an inaccurate reading or the numbers are off versus if that much water was actually used.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You know, we always have a record. We can always go back and see, you know, where the number went from, you know. So, you know, if the meter concurs with what the reading is, then clearly there was that usage. But if the meter, the actual dial of the meter varies from what the usage is, we'll go with the dial of the meter because that is more accurate.
Any other questions from the board?
No.
Just, yeah.
Mike?
The incorrect usage during final reading, could you just explain that?
Let me go to this one.
It's the first one.
This is
Miles view.
Okay. I think they just got the numbers wrong. On what happened was the date on which the new homeowners moved in versus the date in which it closed. The numbers got kind of transposed. So I think they're, you know, they had closed a little earlier, so they got some of that usage was attributed to them, and it shouldn't have been. You know,
But somebody used the water in that case. So that's kind of my question. If water's getting used and yet we're not collecting from one
I think what
buyer or
happens
the seller.
is how many you get. Everything changes depending on how much water you use. You know, so when you start the bill, it's 0 to 10,000 gallons, and then it's a different price as it goes up. So that's kind of a little bit of that's happening. You know, so
$1,225 worth.
Might need a little more detail on that. I get, the ones that get tricky here
yeah,
are the ones
again,
that are in
it's-
negotiations with
Yeah,
developers, new owners, previous owners.
yeah.
And, you know, I can understand when there's like a gun problem or whatever it is, but was this somewhat of a negotiation with the new owners, or?
It's not a negotiation. I'm trying to go through this. I don't understand it completely. It
No,
was kind
that's
of just
fine.
given me here.
Yeah.
But it was, the old meter, they changed the meter out. And there was a radio issue, you know, so we've only got 3 on this time. We've got 5,600 houses or services then, and there's a lot, you know. So we changed out the meter. I think it's 4 of 25 we had a new meter put in, you know, and then, you know, so it was the calculation, I think it was the calculation from the old to the new meter that got transposed a little bit.
So just to Amy's and Mike's questions, just to clarify, we haven't given away water. In other
No.
words, this board is not in
No,
a position to
no,
say,
it's
sure, you
water
can
that
have that
didn't
water for
exist,
free,
yeah.
because we're all paying for it.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
So if these are administrative errors, which we understand they are,
Yep.
that's okay. It's just, it's a back office thing, but as long as we're not talking about actual gallons.
No, we're not giving any
Okay.
water away.
And we're not actually rebating any of these funds. It's just that we're correcting.
None of these have
errors.
paid yet. This is just to get our books straight when they do pay.
Is there any reason to delay on that first one? And I'm asking you this too, because I think I heard 3 different reasons why that was incorrect, and it's no
That's-
fault of yours. I know you're standing in.
It's mine. I'm trying to figure, you know.
I know,
trying
and
to-
I'm not
We're not
gonna,
trying to put you on the
Accurate
we
spot.
know you got
information.
subbed in, so.
I'm fine with it.
And I was just wondering if maybe we could just get a clear answer on that for the next meeting, if we're just trying to fix the books. You know, I want to make sure it's not something that could be applied to the previous owner or to the, you know, it may
I
just be.
think this is the previous owner.
Okay,
This is the previous owner, and I think we, you know.
okay. All right.
Do you
That's
wanna-
my only trepidation.
Okay.
I think maybe just a little bit more information on that.
Well, I'm happy to take that one out and move it to a future meeting, if you'd like to get
I just-
additional information.
I think it owed to our folks that pay their water bills and
Sure.
everything else that we get things right on our end.
All right. Is that something we can do, Peter? Is,
Sure.
Maybe kick
I've got
this
it
till
separated.
next
Thank you
meeting?
for trying to
Yep.
highlight this for us.
I've deducted that from the motion, by the way.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Any other questions? So we will set aside 79 Miles View to the next or a future meeting, and we'll move forward with 21 Ocean Road South and 512 Lincoln Street. Is that satisfactory with everybody?
Yep.
All right, may I have a motion?
I move that the Water and Sewer Commissioners approve of the water abatement in the amount of $24,416.05 as presented.
All right, and that's the math you did real quick.
That's the math.
Subtracting the 1225.62.
Nice
That's
job,
correct.
Fernando.
Did I do
All right.
okay, Nancy?
I thought he did it
Nancy, for the assist.
You don't want to put in which ones we're doing or which ones we're not doing?
In the motion, can we just clarify it's
For 79.
21 Ocean Road South and 512 Lincoln Street?
I move that the Water and Sewer Commissioners approve the water abatement in the amount of $24,416.05 associated with 21 Ocean Road South and 512 Lincoln Street
Second.
as presented.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions?
Aye.
Motion carries. We will continue the other matter to a future meeting. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
All right, do we have any other business for the Water and Sewer Commissioners? I don't see any.
I move that the board adjourn their meeting as Water and Sewer Commissioners and reconvene as the Select Board.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? I believe this requires a roll call.
Correct.
Yes. All right, starting with Michael.
Michael, aye?
Cindy, aye.
Amy, aye.
Brian, aye.
Fernando, aye.
All right, terrific. And let's have another vote to reopen the March 14th, 2026 annual town meeting warrant.
I move that the Select Board reopens the March 14, 2026 annual town meeting warrant.
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Does this one require a roll call?
Nope.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
abstentions, motion carries 5-0. Now the warrant is open. We will discuss and ratify the wording of the following ballot question pertaining to the March election, and this relates to the Alden School feasibility study debt exclusion ballot question to be presented by the town manager Rainey Reed and town clerk Susan Kelly. Just to clarify, you're not hearing things. We did go over this last meeting. This is an administrative correction from the last meeting. Rainey.
That's correct. The ballot needs to be read verbatim, where you see it beginning with question 2 and ending with the word thereto question mark. So it needs to be read into the record as presented.
Okay.
But we are going to
hear
discuss
that.
it, right?
Later.
As an article.
Yes.
All right. I move that the Select Board votes to add the following ballot question to the annual town election on Saturday, March 28, 2026. Question 2, Alden School feasibility study. Shall the town of Duxbury be allowed to exempt from the provisions of Proposition 2 and 1/2, so-called, the amounts required to pay for the bonds issued for the purpose of paying costs of the feasibility study for the Alden School, 75 Alden Street, Duxbury, MA, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto?
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All is in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries 5-0. And just to reiterate, this is just ballot language that we voted upon, not the merits of the underlying proposal.
Correct. That's coming up in a minute.
All right, next, discussion of possible votes on Select Board article recommendations in the March 14th, 2026 annual town meeting warrant. This will be presented by Mr. Reed, the town manager. Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you open your hymnal to the February 2nd version, the annual town meeting warrant, if you need a copy, there are some in the back. On page
Grab
20.
me one, Mike.
I think I emailed it to you, but I do
I
have
think
copies
so,
if you need
too.
one.
You did.
Yeah, it has been emailed. Page,
Page 27.
Can't find anything.
27.
Emails on this.
There was so many, I'm
Article 6 is the capital budget,
Yeah.
and therein you will see the FY27 requests, the town manager's recommendation, the fiscal advisory recommendation, and the finance committee recommendation. And we have the chair of both the finance committee and the fiscal advisory committee here. And I believe Alex can help walk you through any parts of the process or the questions that you may have.
What are we doing now?
Article 6.
capital, Article 6.
The 5-year capital budget was presented to the board back
That's all
in
we did
May.
last
Give us a
time.
second, it takes us a bit.
That's okay.
Page
That's
We
okay.
get a lot of, thank you.
That's okay. On May 5th of last year, the 5-year capital plan was presented to the board, and they have since, Alex and company have since done their work and gone through it and made their recommendations.
All right, is there anything you'd like to point out, or we would like to hear from Mr. Chin?
I would yield to Mr. Chin.
Mr. Chin?
27. 27. 27.
Alex Chin, Chair of the Fiscal Advisory, Plantation Drive. I would say there were 4 or 5 items that really gave us a lot of things to discuss through. The 2 main ones, the computer replacements, lines 1 and 2, town computer replacements. So that's every endpoint in the town, including so employees, think shared computers at the senior center, every single endpoint, as well as the school endpoints for teachers and staff. Those 2 asks combined were right around $900,000. At the end of the day, we decided to lease, or finance, I should say is a better term for it, the school computers, because Apple gives us 0 interest on those computers. We would have paid 3 or 4% for the towns if we were to finance or lease those. Those are, in our mind, sort of part of safety and security of the town, of cybersecurity safety and risk mitigation. That's the most likely access vector for a bad actor, are people in their endpoints. So that was a topic of discussion. Those 2 items. The fire engine, just because of the amount, 1.2 million, had to be financed. There was no way to sort of fit it into we were working with about a $3 million free cash budget. And then the last item that was thoroughly discussed was the school feasibility study of 1.8, and it sort of fell into a very similar category with the fire truck engine, $1.8 million. It would have been over 50% of our free cash budget. Is one thing, and the other was, we felt as a committee it deserved its own article, its own discussion, because unlike the fire truck, there's follow-on to that. It could be a building renovation, it could be a new building, and based on, I say history loosely, because we sort of only have one example of this, and it was when we went through this with the middle school and high school. It was a debt exclusion article, standalone article. Granted, the numbers were very different. I think it was the 2009 budget. It was like $300,000 was that feasibility study. So things have certainly changed in that time. But happy to go through any item in particular, or talk about our process, or...
Anybody have a preference?
Oh, about what?
As to, do you want to talk about any particular? For myself, I'd like to just go through all of them,
Sure.
and maybe just hear top level, and we can dive
Yep,
deeper as
sure.
needed.
Yep.
Does that work, Alex?
Yeah, that's fine. So items 1 and 2 are what I sort of mentioned earlier. Those are the endpoint replacements for the town and the school. Each one, I think the town replacements are somewhere in the 250, 275 endpoints, roughly similar numbers to the school. The biggest number, the town is going with staying on the PC platform. School is staying with Apple's. Line 3, year 3 of the Chromebook lease, that's the one-to-one computing, grades 7 through 12, 6 through 12, sorry.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
About about the school computer.
Yep.
Did you say that, is that going forward in a different venue? That's being leased at no interest, is that what I heard you
It's
say?
just, it's really just the financing around it. So we decided to, in order to replace all of them at one fell swoop, so they're the same model, they're easier to sort of maintain, easier to train on, was to finance those for 4 years. So that, does somewhat handcuff us for the next 3 years. This will stay on similar to line 3 with the Chromebooks. We're on year 3 of a 4-year lease for the Chromebooks. But it's staying on the same Mac platform, Apple platform that the schools are used to, except for a handful
What
of.
I'm confused about is that the request was for 380,000.
Yes. So the 95 is the year 1 of a 4-year financing arrangement.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so that'll just come up every year?
Yes, so that you'll see, similar to line 3 with the Chromebooks, you'll see line 2. Next year will be year 2 of 4 lease.
Okay, all right, so,
For same amount, 95,000.
all right, so the school computers are being replaced in one fell swoop?
Yes, yes,
but
yes,
they're
yes,
just-
yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
Might be a process question, but with computer replacement, is there a methodology about how long they are, whether there's new operating systems or things of that nature
Yeah,
that require this replacement?
Yeah, so the town computers, Mike Woodford went through a full inventory, put hands on all the computers. A number of them were, 10, 11 years old. The normal replacement cycle is 5 or 6 years. They looked at trying to upgrade, so the older computers are on the Windows 10 operating system, no longer supported by.
Right.
And so those computers, most of the computers were so old they couldn't be upgraded to Windows 11. So that was why we had a lot of conversations of trying to make sure we were replacing those older computers. We were able to have some discussions with Mike about having the right amount of, I don't want to say excess because you need some spares to have on site for hot swaps if something goes wrong, to service, potentially, a new employee or something like that. So we went through and really dug into those numbers. And what we're hoping to do is keep some of the relatively new computers that were purchased for the town that can be upgraded to 11 and keep those as our spares, and go through that process. The one, I think, item to note is the original town computer replacement number was lower than this, and when we went back to get the final quote, when we were voting on it, was, I think it was $40,000 or $50,000 higher than the original quote that he had gotten over the summer. There's a chip shortage with memory, so that's what we're seeing. And we didn't see the same increase with the Apple platform just because of how they source their chips and memory.
Good, Amy.
Are we not able to capitalize on the Macs for the town employees as well? It seems a little bit, I'm confused why we wouldn't all be using the same.
The same system.
Exactly.
It's a fair question. I would defer to Mike, and probably the schools. There's certainly some compatibility issues, I believe, with the school technology and the Apple OS. The town doesn't have the same constraints. It's mostly a Windows-based system for the town side, but would it be easier for everyone on the same system and the same computer? Yeah, absolutely. There would certainly be, and I think we would need to take this into consideration, a large change management effort of, you get here, and this is my sort of personal opinion, you get used to using one or the other operating system.
I know, I try to go back and forth. And
Yeah.
probably good for me, but it's not easy.
Yes.
But here we are. You know, at some point, you got to make that leap, or you're just going to keep doing it this way, and it's costing more money to do it this way. So every time we have an opportunity to upgrade and get a consistent, uniform computer system going throughout the town, this would be the time to do it.
I don't disagree.
Well, what was the discussion in that case within,
Yes.
do we have Mike Woodford available?
No, he's not here tonight, just Alex is here presenting the capital budget.
Okay.
Rainey, do you have any thoughts on this as the town manager? And
They've always been separate platforms. The town's been established as a PC user for decades. I know that there was when we first got the products for the school way back when, 13, 14 years ago, maybe it was less, they were all Apple platforms because that was the way that the curriculum was being packaged.
Yeah.
From what I remember. Not at all. Not at all. Do I need to repeat myself?
No, you're
fine. Okay.
I'm just like on every.
Well, hey, but Bree,
Got a seat right here for
there's
you.
seats right there. Come on in.
Come on up.
My babysitter is like iffy at best, so I'm like, I have to see myself.
You can
Okay,
excuse
all right.
yourself. Anytime. Thank you.
It's not unusual to see that.
No,
Would it be significantly cheaper to do all one or the other?
Sorry, Cindy, I didn't
Would
quite.
it be significantly cheaper?
Um,
I mean, I don't know how
Not
many
really.
computers we're talking about, so.
I'm trying to think of the price per computer. They're in the same ballpark.
In the same ballpark,
Yes.
okay.
Alex, the town computers are all desktop, or there is a combination?
It's a
desktop and-
combination desktop,
So
laptop.
who has laptops?
I'd have to sort of get into the detailed list of, yeah, Mike went through and worked with the subject matter experts in each department
Okay.
of who needs a laptop, who needs a desktop. There's,
Okay.
in the town request, there's also, this is keyboards, monitors that can use it, docking hubs and
Okay.
things like that. So.
All right. Thank you.
But we have servers that are in,
Yes, oh, yeah, Mike's, Mike, this amount is broken down by desktop and laptop. I mean, I just have to.
but we also have servers on the back end, right?
We
That-
do.
So do we, to the questions earlier about going to one platform, would going to one platform implicate some additional costs in terms of changing servers or changing
Or savings.
bigger infrastructure or savings? Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, that's a better question for Mike. I know enough to be somewhat dangerous. But the back end servers you can usually get to from any operating system, including, and I guess one thing to note is, the Chromebook would be our third platform. I mean, it's more attuned to Windows, but it is its own operating system.
All right.
I guess, again, whether it be the schools that transition to PCs or the town that goes to Apple, maybe if the buyer, whoever you're purchasing these from, knows that we're considering going all Apple for the town. I mean, just, maybe that $40,000 or $50,000 increase all of a sudden goes, I mean, I don't know, but.
Yeah, well,
we're
I
kind of
mean,
roping
there's,
ourselves
I guess
in.
the other thing to consider is, if I remember correctly, the schools get the E-rate. It's for the apples versus the town can't.
We don't.
Okay.
No, we cannot.
Can we leave it? Okay. Does the lease only then apply to the zero interest lease only applies to school?
It only
computers?
applies to Apple.
Apple.
Yeah, because that's getting financed directly from Apple.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Any other questions on IT?
Nope.
All right. Why don't we move to facilities?
All right, sorry, glare.
This is HVAC for the fire station.
HVAC for the fire station. So they are currently
We have the HVAC expert right there.
Yes, yeah, I mean, yeah, Katie can fill you in, but it's pretty dire over there.
But, I mean, that's a great question for Katie, because as far as I remember, how old is the new fire station?
The new fire station.
2013.
2013. And we already need to replace the HVA system.
Mm-hmm.
Is that because we haven't been able to do,
We didn't do maintenance.
there we go.
So what we did is we
There we
went
go.
in, we put a bunch of isolation valves to see what we could actually save.
Yep,
None of the plumbing we can save because all of the piping is pitched.
yep.
And it's kind of like a sponge. You can actually take a 3-inch line and bend it. We looked at all of there's independent units within the ceiling of each space.
Yeah.
All of those have corrosion and have to be fully, so we went through everything. The only thing in the entire system that we can keep is the ductwork.
Katie, once we spend this $435,000 replacing the unit, are you going to be able to do preventative maintenance from now on?
Yeah, so we're not going to get as technical of a system,
Okay,
but it's an energy-saving system, and it's something that we can
You can
do
do-
in-house. We don't
can
have
do it
to hire an
in-house.
outside.
okay.
So all of the plumbing pitched, I'm a little confused how maintenance would resolve pitched plumbing.
There's certain maintenance that you have to do to that type of system,
Yeah.
and we weren't doing it. It's a computerized system that a lot of it needs a computer to plug in to work on the system. We didn't have that system, so we were hiring somebody to come in and change all these set points. But I'm a firm believer, if I don't know what you're doing and how you're fixing it, and I don't know how to fix it myself, then you could totally be blindsiding me, and I can believe your pitch. The system that we would buy, our department fully understands, knows how it operates, is able to fix it. We're also moving the unit, so that proposal is currently the unit is behind the 911 center, the Rock, and it would be to move it outside of the fire chiefs. So we're using less material to run it into the building as well. So I looked at every possibility.
So I guess where I'm going with this is, and what I'm hearing is that all of the need to replace is solely based on lack of maintenance and not perhaps, at the onset, the initial installers of the HVAC. Is there any
warranty.
ability to go after?
No.
No.
Yes, 2013. Yeah.
I realize it's been quite a while, but I mean, I think
We're the
a
ones.
lot of us are working on furnaces that have been around for a good long time, and
Yeah, but if we're the
keep
ones that-
hoping they're working
I won't
down.
tell you
If
how
we
old
were going to
mine
go
is.
after them, we would have to show a history of maintenance.
Right.
We would have to
Did
show that we
maintenance.
we invested in trying to keep
Everything
the
else.
equipment. We have not.
But what I'm hearing is we're going to do things differently from now on.
We are.
I like
We
that.
are.
It's costing us now, though.
I know, that's the
Sure is.
point of getting Katie, that's the point of money that we're spending in the override. Part of that is to
Katie
get a
assistant.
technician to be able to put work orders in, to be able to do preventive maintenance. That's really important. I know we don't have the tech, but we're a step further along to be able to go from reactive maintenance, I drive the car until it fails because the oil is whatever, right? But now we're
Did
going to
that
do
once.
regular oil changes every year, right? So the car
Correct.
runs.
I did. I
Yep.
had my first
Thank
car.
you.
Nobody told me I had
All
to
right,
change
any
the oil.
further questions on
I had no
HVAC?
idea.
All right, let's move to the police fleet vehicles. Line 5.
Sec. Sorry. All right. Line 5, police vehicles. That is the replacement of 2 Chevy Tahoes that will replace frontline police cruisers.
Have
That's
they-
sort of the standard fleet replacement. They've historically done 3 cars. The chief took a look at the fleet this year and deemed that they only need to replace 2. It's a win. The thing that's not a win is they're $93,000 each.
What constitutes a replace versus a repair? In other words, why do these need to be replaced?
The chief has a sort of a fleet schedule of, they historically replace 3 patrol cars each year. And it's in the police, especially frontline safety vehicles, it's not there. Those aren't the things we're normally waiting to be like, hey, can we repair that and, have it out for a period of time. These are the things we are very proactive in replacing up front because we need them to work 24/7, 365. So we've worked with the chief over the years to come up with a fleet replacement. It was originally in, Betsy, you're going to have to help me. It was in the operating budget
It's in the
for
operating budget, yeah.
15 years and came to capital 3 or 4 years ago, just so we could have eyes on the entire fleet. But I would say that the current police chief and the prior police chiefs have done a good job at trying to understand and figure out their fleet replacement, so that we're making sure these things work when we need them.
Mr. Sullivan?
These were always in operating, and quite honestly, it was in operating because previous chiefs and previous experience had the police concerned that placing it in capital, that they would then not have the ability to stick to their fleet plan, which has been researched by fiscal advisory, has been presented to us and presented to previous boards on a number of occasions. So the fact that the chief is looking at this and has determined that 2 as opposed to 3, if they had come out with 3, it would have been more familiar than asking for 2. So we made a real serious commitment to the police department that we were not going to look at this capital request and try to cut back on it because it was capital as opposed to operating. So hopefully we keep that hope alive there.
All right, so, but I guess my question really is, what is the cutoff, or what is, I'm not questioning the need necessarily, I want to just understand how we as a town determine where that line is in terms of needing to replace something.
Yeah.
So in other words, if it's typically 2 or 3, and it's only 2, where was that line, and how close are these other units to that line?
I don't know how close an individual unit is to the line that the chief has, because I guess it's a little squishy, because when they order these and when they come in, the vehicle that they have identified right now as being close to the line, it might be a different vehicle.
Okay.
Because something could deteriorate in the 14 months that it's going to take to get these cars. But the chief believes that 2 is the right number for this year. And when they go to replace it, they will take the worst 2 out of the fleet and move them on.
All right, so you're refreshing the fleet, it's not vehicle specific.
Yep, correct.
All right, that's helpful.
And you mentioned townhomes, so those are the kind of the sergeants, supervisors, they're not the Ford Explorers there.
These will be patrol cars.
So they're moving from Ford Explorers to Tahoes as patrol cars?
Yeah. Apparently they've had some issues with the Fords.
All right.
And the Interceptor packages.
Okay.
Cindy?
So I have a question sort of specifically about that. I believe, and I can't quote where to find it now on the website, but I believe that there was a commitment at some point to try to make the vehicles, such as the police vehicles, more
Hybrid? Sure.
hybrid or energy efficient. And as far as I know, Chevy Tahoes are these hybrid Tahoes?
They are not. So a couple of years ago, the chief started down the path of Ford was making a hybrid Interceptor, and they have since stopped because they were having problems with them. And I know we've had some problems with the ones that were delivered to us. So they have, the chief is moving in a different direction. Because of the problems they're having with the hybrids, problems they're having with the Fords, and moving to the Chevy platform.
Does Chevy not make a hybrid that could be considered?
I don't believe they make one with I'm going to say the Interceptor package. I don't know if that's what they call it in Chevy lingo, but the police package.
Okay. I'd like to have that discussion, not for this year, but upcoming, about police vehicles in general and what kind of vehicles they're using. Just so we
Green
can,
community.
just so we can understand better the choices that are being made. I wouldn't stop this from coming this year, but, so that was one question. My second question is, I really dislike their sort of all-black package.
That's over my pay grade.
Apparently,
Whose pay grade is that?
Well, I guess I will say this. It is cheaper than the two-tone.
apparently, I thought the chief was
stealth
actually getting
vehicles.
stick-on. He was getting the you know, you can
The
get
vinyl-
these
the
days
vinyl
the
wrap?
vinyl
Yeah.
vinyl wrap,
Yeah,
and he could
vinyl
go
wraps,
ahead
yeah.
and instead of having to paint it because it's expensive, that's why we went all black to cut cost. But then the chief came up with the vinyl idea, and I thought that's what we were doing.
I'm not positive of that detail or not.
They look like stealth vehicles.
I actually have never heard that discussion happen in public, so I'm not sure who makes the decision on what our police cars look like.
Probably
I
the
don't
police.
ever remember a select board in the past, or.
No, it's usually up to the department.
Is a
Yes.
department head.
Yeah. So when they come to talk to us about the
Yeah.
vehicles they're choosing, maybe we could talk about actually think I've had a conversation with them before about this, and, maybe they're not going to be the all-black. I don't know.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions on police?
Nope.
All right, let's move on to the fire truck.
Replace engine one, 1.2 million. We anticipate it taking 4 years to get delivered.
Yeah. There's a backlog.
Backlog, yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. With a down payment, or not a down payment, how do we characterize it, Mary? A progress payment at some point, probably year 2-ish. Yep,
Once the chassis has been.
yeah.
So this is
Make
it's actually the total cost of the fire engine is 1.2 million.
Correct.
But we pay it in 4 years' time. There's no escalation. There's no inflation. They're going to commit to 4 years of.
We hope so.
So we pay in
we're-
advance, we're paying,
No. We won't, we will, my understanding is we will short-term bond the down payment in 2 years and then fully finance it once it gets delivered.
so how do we protect the town in the event the truck either isn't delivered or the manufacturer
Says,
goes poof? Okay, if we're paying in advance, I want to make sure there's some.
Oh, no.
Not.
It's, we make a payment in 2 years for around $400,000 once the chassis is built.
Okay.
And that is Duxbury's chassis. And then we make the final payment upon delivery.
I think maybe to expand upon your question
Yeah.
a little bit, if I could. Once the appropriation is approved by town meeting, the borrowing authorization, the fire department will enter into a contract with the manufacturer. And so that protects us with our milestones. And then we'll issue a purchase order 2 years into the project, approximately 2 years into the project, once the chassis, something that we can take title to, because we can't pay for nothing.
Right.
We can only pay for goods and services that we can take title to. So once the chassis is established, then we will.
Randy, can you just pass the microphone over to Mary so we can hear it home?
Sorry. Do I have to start over?
no.
So, as Alex had indicated, we will issue the purchase order, enter into a contract with the manufacturer approximately 2 years into the process, because this is a very long process. About 2 years in, we will issue a down payment of about $500,000. At that time, that's when I would go out and issue short-term notes to cover us through the period of the initial payment until we know the final payment, and then we will permanently finance and pay the full debt service approximately 4 years down the road.
And that's the 1.2?
That's the 1.2.
So what is, just to clarify, what is town meeting being asked to pay for fiscal '27?
Nothing.
Just approve the borrowing.
It's a borrowing authorization only.
Right, so,
I think I
yeah.
saw a hand down this end.
Okay.
Fernando?
So it's not coming out of free cash this year then?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions on the fire truck? Thank you for that clarification.
Yep.
Harbor Master, these are lines 7 and 8.
Yes, both out of waterways funds. The first line, repowering the safe boat, 35,000. That's our portion of a grant that the harbor master was able to attain to repower the safe boat, which I believe the total price tag was around $100,000.
Is a safe boat that, the ex-police boat?
Yes, well, I think we have two of them. We have one open cab and one closed cab.
This is an enclosed cabin one,
I
the
believe so.
all-weather one, right?
Yep.
Okay,
The famous one.
yeah.
And then the next item is a structural town pier analysis that has never been, hasn't been done. And the town pier, I believe, was 91.
Is there some concern that,
We don't know what we don't know.
well, I'm glad we're doing it.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions on the Harbor Master items? All right, let's move on to schools, lines 9 and 10.
I think Katie needs to come up with these two.
Yes, yeah, these are definitely, the expert is in the building. But I'll give you the 2-second. So for the Chandler HVAC exhaust fans, those are original to the building. The majority of them have failed and need to be totally replaced. The pack roof replace is, I think, year 3 or year 4 of the overall study that was done to replace and repair the pack roof. But I'll turn it over to Katie.
So for the Chandler exhaust fans, when I first started, I started with the plans to see how everything was built, and then I went through the buildings, and now I'm on the roofs. So this year, we went through, assessed all the roofs, we assessed all the exhaust fans, or all the equipment to see what actually works, what doesn't. Some of those exhaust fans are original to the building. So they were put in the 60s. Some of them that are still working are from the 60s and still working.
That's great.
Great, quality
So
products.
that's good
Our
news,
money's
but
worth out of those.
Buy
we
more
did
of
an
those.
evaluation, and of those, I believe it's 47. I don't have my notes in front of me, but I believe it's 47 of 60-something have failed. Those could be anything from their complete failures, fans, motors, the whole 9 yards. It could be a capacitor, it could be just a motor, but that's where we're at. So that's the exhaust fans.
So 60,000 covers 47?
Yeah, because we're going to try to do most of the work, not all non-licensed work in-house.
In-house, okay.
That includes a little bit of overtime for the guys, so we can get it done fairly quickly.
Right.
And then the pack roof, so, I mean, we had, just like he said, we had an evaluation done, that's next in the queue.
So, excuse
Go
my
right ahead.
ignorance, right, but is the pack part of Chandler?
No, it's
not
part of Alden.
Separate.
So the pack is in between Alden and the high school.
Okay, so it's a separate building.
Yep,
Where we have town meeting.
Really?
yeah.
What'd you say, Rainey?
Was,
Where we
Go
have
ahead, Mike.
town
That's where we
meeting.
have town meeting.
Oh,
now,
yes.
was the PAC bill, that roof put up in 2013?
That was 2000, I believe it was 2001.
Okay, so it was part of the
2001,
Alden
2002.
Yeah, it was there before the high school.
Okay.
Thank you for insourcing the work on the HVAC.
Yeah.
That's a great
Yes.
opportunity. Any other questions on the pack roof or Chandler HVAC?
Thank you for
All right,
doing that.
thank you, Katie.
Yeah.
DPW, lines 11 and 12, fuel depot upgrades and Powder Point Bridge repairs.
Okay, so Fuel Depot, this was a sort of a hot topic within the group too. Because I think to Amy's point earlier about we're at an inflection point of similar to the computers, do we want to be in the fuel business? And, you know, I think ultimately, agreed with most of the consensus of the town that similar, we have emergencies 24/7, 365, and we need access to fuel, and that this will be sized appropriately, and with all the safety equipment that we need to contain spills. And we looked at sort of the risks of not having it and trying to go through a fleet management fuel process, and having a fuel depot at the fire station in the same footprint where we can access it and service it and maintain it.
But there is an existing,
There is, yes.
and I know that Peter was looking at this. This was always on his to-do list, right? So he's
So you
finding-
might remember the fuel canopy.
Yeah.
So this is a little bit bigger than the original, I
Okay.
think, $27,000 fuel canopy from 16 years ago.
Did you look at other towns? Do other towns have their own?
The majority of the towns in the area, like ours, do have their own fuel, just because lack of, similar to what we ran into when we started asking the questions, they don't have, there aren't 3 or 4 gas stations in the area to choose from with the height that you need to get a dump truck under.
Well, what I'm wondering is this a place where we could do a regional, we share services for the Rock, maybe we could share services for our,
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
I would think the distance would be the struggle of where do you put it?
it's
You,
Marshfield,
you know, it would have to be in, again, my
adjacent town.
my personal opinion, yeah, it would have to be, yeah.
Okay.
So is this a complete, is this a complete
Sounds like it.
Yes.
rebuild?
Oh, yes.
So
This is a,
removing
this is a
the tanks?
removal, this is a removal of old and fully replace.
So is there a plan in place to,
So we,
fuel vehicles during the?
so they do, so they're almost, are they complete with the full feasibility? So we repurposed previous articles for the fuel canopy to do design on this system. And when they were doing that, they had to drain the tanks down to do some of the evaluations for it. So we're refueling with a couple of the places in town. Wasn't ideal, but they will do the same thing during the renovations.
Mike?
Kind of dovetailing off this, using other gas stations around town, are there any other towns that use their local gas stations? And, I'm sure this would have to be a public bidding process, but have any of the gas stations locally here been interested in setting up a 24-hour fuel depot at their sites?
I'd have to go back and talk to Sheila about it.
One of the things to consider is that we buy red dye fuel. We don't buy gas like you and I use. It's red dye. We don't pay tax on it right out of the gate. So there's none of that to contend with.
So is that all diesel, that whole fueling station?
No.
No, it is not.
One of each.
No, it is not.
So you have unleaded and you have diesel?
Right.
Yep. The other thing is, I did an analysis of how far it is to each of the gas stations around here within an 8-mile radius, and we would be paying 2 to 3 times more just to drive there, to get there, if we were leaving from the back of this building to get to the fuel depot at the fire station. Every distance is either twice or 3 times the amount to get to a regular filling station.
I meant like the gas stations locally here.
Me too.
Yeah.
I used
Even
all.
like Bennett's?
Yep. They're all further.
He has no canopy, so there's no height.
It's not so much the canopy issue, we also have to replace the tank itself. To not have a fueling station with a DPW the size of ours and add to that any of the rolling stock from the fire department, police department, anybody else, you just don't see that in 2026.
It's, can I, if I
Go ahead,
If I
Mary.
could just add too, it's also for our equipment, and so one of the conversation points was, do we drive a backhoe from Duxbury over to Marshfield in order to fill that up?
And
And that's not
anything that runs on
practical.
gas, chainsaws, saw cutters, you name it.
People behind them
So-
might be happy.
So are we maintaining the same tank sizes or increasing the capacity?
I
in
believe
this?
it's the same 10,000 gallon tanks, one diesel, one unleaded.
Like for like, okay. Any other questions?
Nope.
All right. Bridge repairs. I think we all know this pretty well.
Yeah, it's our standard. The original, you'll notice I think the original ask was 500,000.
Why the reduction?
Yeah.
What's that?
Why the reduction?
We talked to Sheila. She thinks she's good with 300,000 because we essentially ran out of free cash. I mean, there was some budgetary restraints or constrictions, obviously, as we're all going through. The majority of these bridge repairs get done in the fall. So if you think about the bridge inspection cycle, you have the spring one that gets us through the summer. They do one in the fall.
Yeah.
What comes out of the fall, that's what we repair. It's another one of those things of we don't know what we're going to have when we get to October of this year.
Okay.
So more duct tape and bubble gum.
There we go.
Yeah.
Please come to the meeting on Wednesday.
Mary, could I have it just your tabulation of what actually we're banking against free cash for the capital light?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I had some concern over this number too, because we had that presentation of all that red on that
The red
bridge.
piling, red and green.
And, there's two ends here. One, there's, our being, responsible and providing a safe bridge for folks. The other is the state, whether they'll allow us to open it. I hope this 300,000 will meet both of those demands because they're very important. It's a need,
Absolutely. And I think, one conversation we certainly had in our committee was, and that played a factor into it, is there is another way to the beach without going over the bridge.
Yep.
All right. Other questions on the bridge? Nope. All right. Great.
Friend is pointing out that there was a hand
I
up
think that's
on-
just a cursor.
Cursor.
There it is.
Cemetery, line 13, RTV utility cart.
Yes, this is a old, sort of beat up utility cart. It's smaller to get through gravestones and things like that. I believe they're using a street sign as the floorboard. It's time to replace this thing.
Okay.
I often wonder why the cemetery has their own fund, right? Why do they come, if they have money put aside, why do they come to town?
Have we gotten
capital.
to the cemetery expansion yet?
I just, I hear you, but still, anyway, it doesn't matter, moving on.
All right, any questions?
No.
All right, let's move to water enterprise, the backhoe, line 14.
All right, so water enterprise backhoe. This is a equipment
Oh,
replacement.
I'm sorry, before you go on,
Sorry.
I did have a question actually on DPW fuel depot.
Sure.
Katie, if I can bother you for a sec. Maintenance, how do we maintain the fuel depot? There's a lot that goes into that.
So Jim from Lands and Natural Resources actually manages it. I only do the Ansel system, the fire suppression,
Okay,
but he maintains the rest of it. I know that just from experience in another community, I know that he has a third party come in, test the tanks, test the ground to make sure that you don't have any
Yeah.
leakage. But other than that, I can't really speak to it.
okay.
Maybe, actually, this, another question comes, how do we track usage? How do we know that?
He has a key system that, so all of us punch in a code and
It's
it
a code.
tracks how much we're using.
All right, so that vehicle gets, so we know which vehicles, how much fuel?
Yep.
Okay, so we can keep track of excessive fuel consumption.
And by whom?
And by whom?
All right, let's talk about the, thank you, Katie. Let's talk about
Thank
the
you.
backhoe.
Yeah, the backhoe, let me give it some notes. I think the backhoe is a replacement. I'm just trying to find the details on the age of that vehicle.
I think the existing backhoe's got quite a lot of use.
It does. I'm just trying to figure out the hours. I don't have it in front of me, but it is a well-loved piece of equipment, well-used, beyond its useful life.
And that's something that comes out at 3 in the morning when the when the
Yes.
water main breaks, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay. Any questions on the backhoe?
Yeah, will we dispose of the old one or put it up for
Surplus.
auction or keep it for, okay.
It'll get surplus.
All right, line 15, Lakeshore Well.
Lakeshore
roof.
well roof. This is
You keep water out of a well?
Yeah, well site over on Lakeshore Drive. We're sort of hopeful that the repairs are not 55 grand and we can do it less, but this was sort of the maximum of what we thought that a full replacement would have to be if we can't repair it.
All right, any questions on the roof?
Nope.
All right, let's move on to the last line, the water main replacement.
Yeah, this is, essentially what was, you'll notice that the request was 1.5, knocked down to 500,000. This was a factor of what was left in retained earnings of what we could afford to go with. Yeah, there's certainly some projects on the docket that, given some more money, we could get to. And there are some funds that have been built up, but that's, the 500,000 is what we could afford out of retained earnings for this year.
And this is proactive work?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Any questions?
Did your committee take into consideration the down the road PFAS construction?
We certainly
Costs.
did,
Yeah.
yeah. That was a sort of a big topic, especially given, I think, the other request for PFAS. Is that going in Article 6 or is that going in its own separate article? Yeah, I mean, the design for the new PFAS and then the next step of actually building a filtration system.
Right.
Certainly came up with the current increase, or the recent increase in water rates and billing frequencies, and anticipated water rate increases in the future. I think, we need to talk together about, our understanding is built into the current water rate and the recent water rate study. We anticipated some of these things of, PFAS design and PFAS filtration system, being accounted for in the water rate going forward.
Yeah. And Fernando, could I, and I apologize for interrupting you there. I think, we had this rate study come in and we were given options on how this money would be spent, made decisions based on those. I think now that we've had a year of kind of looking at what has come in from the new water rates, we should take a look at that and make sure we're doing as we said we were going to do. I just think it's important to take a look at it.
Has it been a year that we have, how long, it hasn't, right? It was been,
No, the water rates went into effect last April for the billing cycle that was issued in July. So we do not have a full year
So
yet.
maybe when we get to July, somewhere around
I
then.
think that there's also, you can actually make the conversation bigger. Remember the draft water master plan that we saw? There was significant expenditures required, capital
Yeah.
expenditures required over and above PFAS.
I
And I'm
know.
not sure where do we have this kind of laid out in a game plan of funding and executing on all the work that needs to be done to upgrade our water system. So maybe that's subject for a bigger conversation.
Probably
Yeah?
this summer, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Fernando.
Okay.
And I guess while we're sort of on this similar topic, and a lot of the discussion we had at our committee is what's not on here. I mean, you guys
Yeah.
have seen the 5-year projections. The things we weren't able to sort of get to is, a lot of water and sewer maintenance, mostly maintenance type things. We had a very philosophical discussion of, are these capital? Should this be in an operating and should this be maintenance? Just regular maintenance of, keeping up the system, does it meet capital? Is it, are we extending the life of something? Or are we just replacing and maintaining what we have? So those are some discussions, I think we broadly need to have. But things I can think of off the top of my head are water main, sewer, HVAC repairs, proactive roof maintenance, exterior envelope type of things. But things we need to sort of think about.
It is a big conversation. Maintenance, does it belong in capital?
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right. I think that does it for our discussion on capital.
Correct.
Mike?
Just a thank you.
thank you.
Appreciate everything that the fiscal advisory does, and
Yep.
you yourself, you touch every aspect of this town, so thanks for your hard work.
More than welcome. Happy
Thank
to do
you.
it.
Thanks,
Appreciate the
Alex.
detail.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Alex.
All right. May I have a motion on Article 6?
I move that the Select Board supports and recommends the approval of the March 14th, 2026 annual town meeting article number 6, capital budget as presented. Yeah, I've got it.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right,
Oh,
motion and a
sorry.
second. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries 5-0.
There it is. here.
Next is Article 12, Alden School Feasibility
Oh, I
Study.
see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have John Lemieux, who is the chair of the Alden School Building Committee, here to present information, and Danielle is here.
She just stepped out for
She's over
1
there.
second.
And Lisa's here as well. So, John, you want to start? Or actually, Danielle can. It's up to you guys. They do have a presentation for you.
All right.
Got the pack.
Oh, yeah, good.
Yeah, we both have our phones.
All right. Superintendent Klingeman, go right ahead.
Hello, everyone. So we are here this evening to just have the opportunity to share a little more detail about the feasibility study and the schematic design of the project. So just as a reminder, we're in the eligibility phase of the MSBA project, and the conclusion of the eligibility phase is a vote on a feasibility study. And so we won't go through all of our slides, but hopefully what we prepared will be helpful for any questions, and we'll also post this on our Alden School Building Committee page. So if you want to advance the slide, Nancy, that would be great. And of course, I can't see. That would be great. Thank you so much. So feasibility studies are a mandatory part of any MSBA project, and I know some questions have come from community members, especially about the cost and why we aren't able to just do this on our own. And so part of the MSBA process is that you have to partner with them for all of the mandated phases of these projects, including the feasibility study. They don't allow communities that they've invited into their pipeline to do their own assessment or study of their building. It has to go through the MSBA.
But Danielle, sorry to interrupt. So
sorry.
that's the only way we can get the 38 or whatever it is funding, right?
Yes.
Is that?
And a great point to remember,
Yeah.
John Lemieux, 291 Standard
Yeah.
Street. Back when we did the middle high school, when Duxbury was going to go ahead and submit the statement of interest,
Yeah.
they went ahead and did a feasibility study on their own, okay, or on our own, I should say.
Right.
And that information was gathered and put together and was used to put together a statement of interest. We got invited into the program. They didn't let us do, they let us use the info, but we had to go ahead and start the process over again, going through their very prescribed
Right.
listing. So in fact, our original feasibility study was done by Doran Whittier, but then we started a design process with Mount Vernon Group. So we actually did it twice. So we had, again, it was,
Right.
the second one was informed by the first,
Yeah.
but again, very prescriptive. You will do these things in this order and these submissions over this time. So it's very much unlike, well, didn't we do one for the DPW for much less? Yes, absolutely, because you looked at a very small thing. The really important thing to remember with this is everyone's using feasibility study, but it's feasibility study and schematic design. And that schematic design, basically, if you look at a total project design from 0 to 100%, 100% is what you bid on the street. MSBA makes you take it to 20. And that's more than most even schematic designs are if you're a design professional. So it's forces you to do more. So the bigger the school, the higher the number. right? 700 kids? Yeah, it's way more than some of those numbers that you've seen for older projects from 5 and 10 years ago. It's really just a matter of size.
But maybe I'm jumping ahead, but does a feasibility study, it imply, this is to evaluate options. It doesn't mean automatically that we're going to go ahead and replace Eldon School.
100%.
It could result that there's actually a scope that could be executed to.
Any MSBA feasibility study will require you to look at, just fix it. Just fix it
Right.
what it is now. Doesn't mean they'll participate in that next solution, but they will participate in this study. Fix it only. Renovate it. What can you do to the shell that you have? Put an addition on it. Build it new.
Okay.
All of those options, can you do it where it sits now? Can you do it on Train Field? Can you do it behind the Alden? Can you do it over at Chandler? All of that needs to be considered on it. Can you do it at Lincoln Street? Anywhere where there's a big chunk of land, that process is to take you through it to show that you've looked at not just what to do, but where to do it. And every time you find a new location, well, okay, now you're asking a designer to look at what would it take to put a building, and I'm just using Lincoln Street, please, I don't want letters in the Clipper saying he said he's going to build a school on Lincoln Street. I use it as another piece of land somewhere else in the town. Each one of those options has to be looked at if it's brought up as truly a feasible place to build something.
So the study includes the 25%, or includes the design of all the different things that you just said. Isn't that shouldn't we have an opportunity to, just as a town, say, well, wait a minute, we would really like to focus on rehabbing.
It's 20% of the one that you choose out of all of them.
The one that you choose. So there's a
Yes.
time built in there where the town gets to,
This is about an
Make a
18-month
decision.
process.
Okay,
Once you, if the town says yes to this and funds it, you're going to go and select an owner's project manager, and then you're going to go and get a designer, and then you start. And what comes next is 14 to 18 months worth of process, where all of those meetings will take place, where people need to come and voice their opinion, because invariably we'll get this and we'll move ahead 2 years, and I'll hear, I didn't know. It just happens that way, right?
Go ahead, Mike.
But it's a very open public process to kind of run through this to say, your consultants just give you all the info and then rely on the building committee, who are hopefully informed by rooms full of other people attending, to say, I don't think we should do this. What's wrong with just renovating? And those decisions may impact how much the MSBA participates if we go to the next step. But at least you've had a good process of trying to bake through this and say, really, what's the best thing to do? Where do we put the kids if we're going to build it right on the same footprint? Where are they going to go for 3 years? All of those things are part of this process.
There's one thing, too, I think is really important, because we hear a lot of whether or not we would be recommending a full new building or renovation. We can also do nothing. And I think right now what we're asking the community to support is the opportunity to investigate the current Alden School building, to be able to see what systems are going to need repair in the near future. Would we be able to do a renovation and stay in the same building? Would we do an addition? Would the best bet be to build a whole new school? But at the end of the feasibility study schematic design, we would have input from the community all along the way to see what direction Duxbury really wants to go in. And so along the way, if it really looks like a renovation is the best bet, we would move forward with that process with input from community members. And before anything was decided, the community would vote, obviously, again, before a new building was ever moving forward. And at that time, they would be able to vote yes or no on the building, renovation, but we'd also have a really strong study and assessment of the current Alden School to be able to know about future repairs that would need to take place.
The feasibility study is broken into really 3 phases. It starts with the thorough documenting of existing conditions, pull the building apart, go into the ceilings, go into the walls, figure out what's going on and what the issues are. Next comes the preliminary design program, and kind of look at this like a funnel. Those many options I just talked about at all those different places, right? Those get boiled down into the few, all right? And that gets issued in the preliminary design program. Then those 3 or 4 options, including the repair, the reno, in the location you're thinking about, get put into the preferred schematic report, and that funnel ends up with one. What's the one choice that should be, that's Duxbury's choice to move forward. Goes to the MSBA. They say, you've done a thorough job studying this. You sure? Yep, we're sure. Okay, start your schematic design. Then what comes is probably 8 months of the design of actually taking that thing to a point and generating that big number that no one wants to talk about. But hopefully, if you have consensus behind you, and again, there have been budgetary numbers along the way, but that 20% design really drives you to a, what's that number, that big ask for the middle high school, I think was 112 million back years ago. That would be the next, that's how you keep going with the MSBA. If the answer is no, and you don't have a passing vote of that next phase, the MSBA says, thanks very much. Here's your payment of the balance of your 38% that again you've requested along the way and you've been paid out. You shake hands and that's it. The process has ended. The timing of this is every year a statement of interest period opens in roughly January and goes to late March, I think, and they announce it in December of that year, and then it starts the eligibility period. So the timing of when this comes in, yeah, no one likes the fact that we're going to be asked to be talking about overrides at the same time as this, but we were invited in. And this group was part of the groups and the school committee that said, yes, let's submit the statement of interest, right? Yeah, the timing's terrible, but the timing is terrible in lots of cities and towns right now. So it becomes a choice of do it because we got asked invited in, or don't do it. That is the other option, but there's no guarantee of, if you start that process over again, you wouldn't do it right now because the window's about to close and you're in. You would be waiting at least until next year to submit it again, to wait until December of 27 to find out, to start your eligibility, so that we would be sometime in front of you in 28 to be right back here at this same time, and it'll be more than, the money that we're talking about right now.
So I think if you go to the next slide, this is the reason why the MSBA mandates the feasibility studies the way they are. And if you go to the next slide, it's some of the information that John was just talking about. So the feasibility study includes a lot of different components that will take a look at our educational program, our initial space summary, looking at our existing conditions, design parameters, alternative development if they wanted to look at those options, and then a preferred solution. And then the next slide is, again, what John was just mentioning. They'll do a site analysis of up to 3 sites. They'll do a geotechnical and soils testing environmental survey, and then they'll look at the budget impacts and operating cost projections. Next slide. And so I think this slide just talks about why is it so costly. We've heard from people asking, why are we required to spend so much on this? Can we do it ourselves? And hopefully we answered that question. At the end of this presentation, there are some examples of recent projects for elementary schools that John compiled before we went forward to put a dollar amount on what we would be asking for. And I think that when you're looking at that slide that has the list of the recent projects that have been moving through the process, the feasibility study cost is probably a few years older than the actual project approval. And so we've seen a huge increase in the cost of these feasibility studies in the last 10 years. And so even a project that was completed, that was approved back in 2022, the costs have risen exponentially over the past few years.
Some of the things that have fed into that have not only been escalation in the marketplace, but developments of codes, right? You talk about we are a green community. The state has talked about adopting the opt-in energy code. All of those require more complicated buildings, thicker building envelopes, more sophisticated systems. Every one of those requirements, well, you're building a much more sophisticated building than you were 10 years ago, certainly 40 years ago. So all of that kind of plays into what's impacting these things moving forward. And again, as I mentioned at our last meeting, this isn't we're going for 1.75 million and we're writing a contract to somebody for that tomorrow. It is a long process, and that we will be asking for, first of all, it's qualifications based for our OPM and qualifications based for our designer. We'll be trying to find the best fit for Duxbury and then negotiating a price. knowing that we can't come back to this group to ask for a penny more than what's appropriated at town meeting. So I would be wanting to keep, as chair, a chunk of money aside for a contingency. And if you saw, I think we had a slide in here that actually showed, a listing to kind of try to give an idea of the breakdown of sub-consultants.
With a sample cost breakdown.
Yeah, so again, it's another slide.
175,000.
Yeah, kind of burn all of your eyes. But, you can see a breakdown between the OPM and the designer, different sub-consultants for site and environmental, reimbursable costs, a contingency, a little bit of a pullout for legal and any sort of public outreach, and then other sort of owner costs beyond that. So again, just a ballpark, just pulling from some different areas. The OPM could be 400, could be 600, right? It's all a function of, when we go to market, what else we're competing against when we go out, what others, other groups. About every December, the MSBA invites in roughly 12 to 20 other municipalities, and in each quarter, those 4 or 5 in your group go out and are all looking for team members at the same time, right? And at that point, we see who's out there and who's interested.
So on the next slide, we shared some recent feasibility study costs, and you'll see probably the most comparable one to our community is the Situate or the East Bridgewater projects that are, East Bridgewater was just approved for their building project, and Situate, I think, are they under construction?
Situate Steel's going up right now, yeah.
Yep.
So just to be clear, the board approval date in that second column is the board approval date of the next milestone, not the one we're talking about here. It's the one where all of those towns went to the town for the second vote, the one that said, we want to do the project. So it's a little misleading when you look at, say, Situate, and it says the board approved the budget in April of '24. Yeah, they approved 120 million at the time, not the $1 million for the feasibility study. That was 18 to 24 months before that. So when folks look at a chart like this, and the MSBA does a great job showing data, but not sometimes describing it, people say, well, Situate bought one of these in April of '24. No, they bought the whole project in April of '24.
Okay.
They bought the feasibility study probably in December of '22. Oh, and by the way, that's for a school the size of 550 students.
Right.
So the way you have to do this is basically divide the number by the students on this chart and then multiply it by the amount of students for our enrollment, which is 700, which is what the state has looked at for enrollment numbers for us. So in that standpoint, and you look at the green ones at the top of the list, those are the ones that haven't been posted on the MSBA yet. But again, as I told you, I do this for a living, so we keep our eye on what other cities and towns are appropriating in their votes for the jobs that I actually pursue as part of what I do.
Okay, so, hold on, Mike, go ahead.
Just to take a step back here, you mentioned you do this for a living.
Yes.
The proponent of this article is the Alden School Building Committee. Who's on the committee? How did you become involved? We're very lucky in this town to find volunteers that are experts in this field. Could you just give the community just a sense of who's on this committee, what your role is as chair, and how you became involved in it?
Sure. I blinked and I was nominated as chair, so that's, I think I heard that's how it happens. I was on the middle high school building committee and had worked with Elizabeth Lewis, who many of you may know, who was the chair. She was a structural engineer, so it was a great process of being with her, and a lot of just really interested town volunteers, right? Not everybody agreed with everything that was being done, which was great. It brought some, really good depth to the conversation. I had enjoyed my time doing that. I work as an owner's project manager. I'm in the process of building an elementary school in Situate right now for an MSBA job. Another one in Marlboro that's much bigger, closer to 1,000 kids. Did a couple of high schools, a couple of middle schools. So again, near and dear to me to do this.
I can talk a little bit about how we formed the committee for
Yeah,
this,
please.
if that's okay.
Please.
So when we were invited into the eligibility phase, we put an ad in the Clipper, and we sent an email out to all of our families asking if anyone was interested in serving on the committee. And so we had an amazing number of people that came forward, both from the town and from our families. So we conducted interviews of everyone that applied, and what we did was try to get a balance of people that had a construction background, architecture or design background, and John agreed to be on the committee as well. And so once we established the committee, we also have someone that came forward that is a communications marketing person that's been really helpful with helping us to get the word out. So on the committee, we have a great, probably 6 or 7 parents and community members. We also have Barbara Bartlett, who is the former energy manager for the community. So she was on the middle school, high school project as well. Rainey's on the building committee, Katie St. Clair, Lisa Freely from the schools. We also have the Alden principal, Rebecca Long, and myself, and Beth Wilcox, the assistant superintendent. And so we've been meeting regularly since February, ahead of when we needed to actually have the committee formed. And those meetings have all been posted publicly. Bree, who was here earlier, is one of the community members that sometimes comes to those meetings. So they're open. Our meeting minutes are posted and our agendas are posted through the town. And so we have a great committee with people with different varied backgrounds that we told everyone that you don't have to be on this committee for life, but they are all really excited about participating right now, and knowing that it's a multi-year project, they are committed to be on the committee at this time. And the committee voted John very wisely at one of the early meetings. Mary McKinnon's also been a part of the committee, although not a voting member, but she's been attending a lot of the meetings and helping us through this feasibility study and making sure that we're doing all the financial steps in the town the correct way. And so that's how the committee was formed. And so far, we have been, the MSBA has been wonderful to work with. We are actually, our eligibility phase expires prior to our town meeting, but we filed for an extension of 30 days so that we could bring this to the spring town meeting. And so we have been granted a 30-day extension beyond when our eligibility period ends, so that they can, we can get through our town meeting and the town election to see what the community ultimately decides about this project.
Thank you.
So, Brian?
Go right ahead.
Yeah. So, communication. I'm glad that there's a communication person on the committee, right? So, people, 300-400 people turn up usually at annual town meeting, but usually 3,000, maybe 4,000 people turn up at the ballot. So, what's your plan then to ensure that people have a great understanding of what the feasibility study will bring, and how do we convince people that it's a smart thing when they turn up to place their ballot?
Well, we would like to invite anyone from the community to do a walkthrough of the Alden School building with us. And so our first event that we're doing that will be Monday, February 23rd at 6 p.m. And so if there's any community members, select board, we'd be happy to walk you through. That is ahead of a school committee is doing a budget forum at 7 o'clock that evening at close by. I think they're at the library. So we'll be doing Alden tours for anyone that would like to come by. We also have some informational videos that we have ready to roll. We've been waiting to get as much information as we can about what the cost of the feasibility study will be to taxpayers. And so now that we have that, I think it's been shared that the cost of this debt exclusion would be approximately $52 per year for the average home taxpayer in Duxbury for a 3-year period. So now that we have that information, we are ready to roll with our videos. We have a Congress of Councils coming up with our school committee, school council, and PTAs. And we've been sharing information. We have boards out. We've been talking about the project to our families at open houses since the beginning of the school year. I keep the families posted about information and our staff as we have select board meetings like this, and as we have conversations about how this process is moving forward. And so the Clipper was nice enough to send Karen Wong out a few weeks ago to take some photos and to talk to us about the project. And so we'll continue to do everything we can, social media wise and outreach wise, to get the word out.
Right. So you are going to use social media, Facebook,
Absolutely.
X, and Instagram. Okay,
Yep.
good.
Before you move on to the next slide, can we go back one? Where does Duxbury fall on this particular proposal? How do we compare to the other communities?
So our enrollment is 700. So we are slightly smaller than East Bridgewater. good size, smaller than Framingham. We're roughly double the size of, a little less than double the size of Quincy. Let's see, we have a 350 in there.
What would the cost per student come out to, so we can compare ourselves to other communities? Has somebody run that number?
No.
I don't think we've done the cost per student yet, and we're not on this chart because this is all projects that have moved beyond the eligibility phase into feasibility.
Or that have voted an appropriation.
So let's assume that we get the 175.
Yeah.
Right, that's the number, 175. It's how many students?
The study's based on 700.
700?
What's that
So isn't
number?
that just a,
That's not the current enrollment, though, correct?
No, the
That's
current
design
and
enrollment, which is what
Okay.
these are. The design enrollment is the only number that matters. It's because that uses,
formulas,
no, not.
enrollment.
No,
We've done
enrollment
yeah.
projections done by the school and the state to say, okay, we see the trend of this. Okay, what's in your school now? An enrollment is a number. It's not a capacity number. So when you say, because oftentimes what happens is, if you remember when the middle high school was opening, it's not big enough for the because we were going on the upswing of the bubble, right? So the design enrollment for the school was less than the current census in the school. In this case, our enrollment is slightly larger than the amount of.
I thought we were at
seats right now.
688 was
So we
current.
currently have about 640 students at Alden School, and when we had, part of the eligibility phase that we've been in is we've had multiple milestones of deliverables that we've had to give to the MSBA, and so one of those was an enrollment projection report and an enrollment meeting that we had with the MSBA, and so during those meetings, they looked at trends in our enrollment, any information that we could provide about live births in Duxbury, and what we have that NESDEC that does enrollment projections for us. So we shared with them any information we had about population data, our class size, and I've shared a few times at meetings that we've had. There was a declining enrollment, but we've now graduated out the last of our larger class sizes. So we're consistently having class sizes of about 200 to 230 students per class. We have one grade level currently, the junior class, that is a little bit smaller, but all the other classes are pretty much close to or a little higher than 200. They are predicting that those trends in enrollment will remain steady and increase slightly over the next 10 to 20 to 30-year period, I think, that they looked at. So they are not looking at a smaller enrollment for this building. They'd be looking at a slightly larger than we currently have. And so we don't have a lot of say in that. They come back to us with their enrollment recommendations, and we just share the information that we have available to us.
so I think it's important for the voters to have an appreciation for where we would rank, to put things in perspective on the cost per student.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, especially since we're showing this slide.
We can
I
add
would
Duxbury.
immediately go to where Duxbury is.
Yep.
Yeah.
We can add a Duxbury to the slide where we're with the request of 1.75 million for this study and the enrollment, so it would be 700 students.
Yeah.
That comes out to 2,500 per student.
Oh, thank you, Mary. All right, so the right-hand column would be approximately 2,500?
Oh, sorry, could you?
Yep,
Yes.
that's correct.
Okay. All right, you can go ahead and continue.
I think that pretty much wraps it up. On the slides previous to this one, we shared some information about the schematic design because we hadn't really spoken about that as much as we had about the feasibility study. But a schematic design is, there's just some information here. It looks at the educational program and space. It makes sure the building matches how the students will learn. And I think that's a really important part of this process that I think Duxbury's done a nice job of maintaining Alden School to the best of its ability, but in its current form right now, there are a lot of different wings and sections, and the students are traveling a pretty great distance from the cafeteria to their classrooms. And so when you're looking at potentially renovating a older building or a new design, the learning spaces have to match your educational philosophy, and the the schools that they're building right now are absolutely breathtaking in terms of the educational environment that they provide students and the opportunities that they give the students to learn about the construction process. And so it's really exciting to have an educational vision for the space. So you'll end up with a rendering of what exactly you would be getting at the end of this feasibility stage, whether it is a addition, a renovation, or a new build. You'd be able to see from soup to nuts what the school building would look like and what the educational spaces would be. And as we said before, those decisions are made with community and parent input along the way so that you're making a decision that's the best one for your community. So you'd have a visual, and that's what the community would be voting on in 18 to 24 months, or so it's a few years down the road that we'd end this process where we'd have the schematic design. And at that time, voters would be deciding on the project. You'd know the price, you'd know the impact, and you'd know what the whether it would be an ad reno or whether it would be a new building. That would be options. But as I said, doing nothing is also an option, but we would be more informed about future maintenance of Alden School, which I think is an important thing that we don't have right now. We've never done a building assessment, to my knowledge, that is enabling us to predict what systems and maintenance would be upcoming in the next few years.
And it's just important to, when you get to the schematic design, it is that one option. We never get to a point where there's a town vote to do A or B. It's the building committee has been charged to bring a recommendation to the school committee, to the select board to say, this is what we think the best option is for Duxbury. At that point, if we'll have you thought about this, yeah, that meeting was 12 months ago. Like the ball will roll. So all I can say is the MSBA's process, whether it's a city or a town, Eastern Mass, Western Mass, it is the same process for everyone. And it lengthens the process out a little bit, but it protects all of us from the standpoint of saying, when John Citizen picks up the phone and says, well, why didn't they think of this? Well, they did, because we require you to look at A, B, C, and D at all of these different iterations. The decision that's made, that comes from feedback in the room, what folks think is a supportable project, in the town. Ultimately, the MSBA isn't in the business of wanting to do just feasibility and schematic designs. They want you to go to that next vote and say yes. They want to build meaningful buildings for people, meaningful structures, not a bunch of feasibility studies that then, okay, thank you for, let's go and we'll go to the next time and give them a try, right? So in the end, they want to partner with you, but it is, as you can see, a very prescribed process.
Questions from the board? There's a question behind you, Ms. Lynch-Bentinen.
Sheila Lynch-Bentinen, 344 West Street. Alden School definitely needs repair. We've heard Mike talk about someone fainting on the third floor. We heard a teacher last week talk about the water, etc. But I'm worried about the committee, the commitment of the town bonding, and the public relations of this project. The previous slide said we're going to compare it to elementary schools instead of middle schools. And if you look at middle schools from Mass Ed, in 2025, Whitman-Hanson has 675 students. We have 644. They did a $574,000 feasibility study. They're in our neighborhood. In another middle school, Clinton, Mass., 700 students. 2025, they did a $670,000 feasibility. And we are being asked to spend $1.75 on a feasibility study. And I just think that it's signaling once again that Duxbury is going to be open for the big ask for another big school. And the average cost of a middle school right now is about 1.6 to 1.8, 160 to 180 million. And we have our current school projects on our bonding till 2037. So this process, John said, you can come to the building committees, they're advertised. Nobody goes to those in large numbers. And so the town is about to be 40% senior citizens and a lot on fixed budgets. And you add another $180 million school to our tax roll with 40% seniors, I think you're going to run into trouble. And seniors will continue to vote down what are our real needs, which are school budgets. I mean, the operating costs, the better teacher pay, the, kids don't have paper towels in the restrooms, the teacher asking for pencils on Facebook. And to go down this avenue with professional members, highly qualified members, but adding on to our current bond a big ask of 160 to 180 million through a small building committee is a dangerous road I think this town is going to go on. And I think the Alden School needs to really look at a rehab. And I don't think the town, unless you want to kick all the seniors out, wants another big $180 million ask for a school before the current bonds are up in 2037. So I'm just, as a senior, voicing my opinion that this is the beginning of a big road, and the building committee will come back after many downdrafts to present one option. And I bet you that option will be a $160 to $180 million new school, because that's what Mass Ed does, and that's what building committees do. So I'm just asking the Select Board to look at this process rationally and think of what the town can afford with our current bonding over the next 3 years and put a break on the gigantic asks, because I don't think this town will take it, or the seniors will continue to vote down critical education budgets for teachers and things like that if we ask for gold-plated schools. So I'm just an early warning system senior saying this is really scary to our town to go down this road. And I hope you really look at a lower cost, full renovation of Alden. It needs it. Thank you.
Thank you. But before you go, thank you for raising the issue about the long-term considerations for the town. But let me just go back a little bit. You mentioned Clinton and Whitman Hanson.
They're on the website. So
but
it's very
let me just ask my
misleading.
question. So the question is, were those MSBA feasibility studies? Because I want to understand if we're talking about apples to apples.
They were Whitman Hanson, and I can send you the data and the website for Mass Ed.
Yeah.
It said Whitman Hanson, 675 students, a middle school, not an elementary school. That chart was comparing elementary schools.
No, I get you. I want to make sure I'm understanding it, because I'm going to then ask John to speak to your point. So I want to make sure I've got it straight.
Whitman Hanson, 675 students, 2025, $574,000 feasibility study.
And that's MSBA.
That's on their website
Okay.
from their data.
Okay.
And then Clinton, Mass., 700 students. We have 644, 2025, $670,000 feasibility study. So why are we doing 1.75?
I think we're about to find out.
Also a
Mr.
resident.
Lamont, you?
Okay, so the problem again with the MSBA data, as an example, Whitman Hanson was approved as a project in October of '23, which means they were getting their feasibility dollars approved in probably January of '22. And yes, while the feasibility study was $574,000 for the designer, you have to add to that the cost of the project manager, which was another $275,800. So yes, it's way less than 175, but it is more than 5 and change.
Same thing for Clinton. Clinton's number, and again, this is not a middle school, this is an elementary school, an upper elementary, right? K, yes, but we are comparing elementary school numbers for an elementary school project. Okay, so that's.
To clarify that Alden is elementary, right?
No, it's elementary school.
So
It's,
What is the definition of elementary? Is it,
it's
is it an 8?
Up to 5.
3 through 5, isn't it?
yeah,
3 through
Right.
5, elementary.
So that's elementary, right?
Right.
Okay.
1 through 6 is elementary. We have a middle school that's 6, 7, and 8. So Alden is Alden Elementary School. It's grades 3, 4, and 5, all elementary.
I
All
mean,
right.
listen, we can.
It's a fair point, so I want to make sure that, because if Mrs. Lynch-Bentinen has the question, I'm sure other folks in town have the same question, so I think it's important for us to address them. So the first is, are we comparing the right school type? So we're comparing elementary to elementary, right? And then what you were just getting to is, and Sheila, I appreciate you doing the homework on this.
You
to
actually
get-
look through the data.
to get the
which a lot of
numbers.
people won't do, which is great.
But it's important because it is a significant difference
Yeah,
in the numbers.
Clinton, the feasibility study was 670 for the architect, but the OPM was 330, so that was $1 million.
Okay.
Again, it's,
But for middle school.
but for a middle school.
Okay.
And ultimately, listen, that data is on there from 2014 forward.
Yeah.
You can't just take it all for 12 years and average that, so where do you draw the line, right? How far back do you go?
But for the voters, though.
With the voters, you gotta, sorry.
For the voters, what is the distinction between, in the feasibility study, between an elementary school and a middle school?
Yes.
In other words, is there some relevance between the school type that would inform the voter as to why it'd be more expensive?
You would need to, so as an example, at Whitman-Hanson, you would need to know, is that middle school near the high school that they built new 20 years ago? Are they attaching it? Are they using the gym? Are they using the cafeteria?
Right.
It's hard to compare apples to apples, town to town, right? Because as an example, when we built the middle high school here, you didn't need to build an auditorium because you had the PAC. That's the stuff that makes it really hard when you look at the black and white numbers that are put out there and you look at the enrollment. You don't know the pieces and parts that every individual city and town made part of their job or said, oh, I don't need that. You don't know which architect did the slightly more detailed design and which ones, or the architect that was assigned was the one.
Right
Like, if you
now,
were
we're
gonna
just
run
talking
fire and
about
ground box.
feasibility studies.
Excuse
Right
me?
now, we're just talking about the cost of the feasibility study.
Yes, but all
So
of, but it's,
Includes the
but all of
20%.
that at some
Goes
point
to the
plays into
final
the final
price
number.
tag, I
Right,
understand.
because those numbers that have an approval date is after the buyout as well. I bet you if we were to go back and ask Clinton what they approved for Whitman-Hanson, did they approve a slightly larger number and have some contingency? It's my goal that we never spend the 1.75. I'm paying for this too. My kids are done and out of the school, so I completely appreciate the fact that this will make my taxes go up, whether it's by $5 or 52. But I also need to make sure that folks realize that the result of this feasibility study may just be fix what we have. And that will be without the MSBA, right, to a certain degree, because if the school doesn't meet the educational program needs, the MSBA might not participate in that, okay? So,
But they would on the feasibility study, right?
oh, the feasibility study, once the town shows that we support the appropriation of that money, then you will sign the feasibility study agreement that says they will pay 38% or 38 point whatever that number is of eligible costs up to a maximum amount. If we don't, the best dollar is a dollar not spent, right? So if we're able to buy this thing out for 1.2 million, you'll get 37% of 1.2 million, then that's it. That's where it ends. And then we won't have to borrow the other 550.
But I thought you said a few minutes ago that the MSBA certainly likes, they're hopeful, the goal is to,
Yes, they wanted approved.
to move forward with something that they're in part, that we,
Right, but in the end, it's our project, it's Duxbury's project.
Oh, I-
And if in
I
the end
know.
We don't
I'm
want to spend
just-
that money. Listen, going through all of this and going through a schematic design is the cost of the 38%. Could we do this on our own without the 38%? Sure, and you wouldn't have a 20% design at the end, you would have a feasibility study. You know, you heard about a feasibility study for the roof. It's the same thing. You can go and look at the problems, but I would tell you that you need the commitment, I think, of the state to dig deep into that building, because it has a lot of problems, and we've got to get to the bottom of it, and piecemealing it together, I don't think is the way to do it. At the end,
This project was prioritized out of hundreds of applications from the state, so the state has determined that this is a worthy project, and now they're looking for a commitment from our community to fund the feasibility study. Would they prefer to be able to have it move forward all the way through to a building or a renovation? Sure, but that's not.
One step at a time.
That's one step at a time, and that's miles away. And so what we would get from the feasibility study is the building assessment and the schematic design are both included in that feasibility study cost. And at the end, the community will decide on the next steps from there.
Go ahead, Fernando.
Yeah, point of clarification, the schematic design, is that for a new building, or is that for renovation, or is that, what is that, what is,
The preferred option,
for the preferred option, so
what
that,
works best for Duxbury.
It's what the town says they want to pursue,
Correct.
right?
Yep, it could be a renovation, it could be an
Through the
ad
building
reno,
committee.
it could be,
Through the building committee, but informed by, you know, and, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, everything that gets submitted to the MSBA usually requires 3 signatures: school committee, school superintendent, and chief executive, whether that's the chair of the select board or Rini, however the town does it. The idea is it's not done in a vacuum, right? And part of that schematic submission is an acknowledgement of all the meetings that have taken place and all the votes that have taken place, so that they truly feel like it's been vetted well.
communication is so important with this. It really is. So, I mean, this has been wonderful information. I mean, we've never had this conversation before. So thank you for coming and sharing it. How do you get this message out? I mean, there's a concern about the cost of feasibility, 1.7 versus the other school 500. Basically, we're going to end up with a brand new building. How do we communicate that actually the feasibility study is comparable to today's prices? How do we communicate that?
We have to, and I think the videos that Dr. Klingerman mentioned will be helpful.
Yeah.
People, I told you I do it for a living. It's
Yeah.
shocking the amount of stuff people don't read. You can beat them over the head with stuff and they don't pay attention.
shocking at all.
But in the end, I live here.
Right.
You know, my kids went to the school.
Okay.
I know the problems. Like, all we can do is talk about it as best we can and try to hit as many groups as we can.
Okay.
You know, in Situate, it was very, in doing a school there, we visited all the parent advisory groups. We went to the senior center, went to multiple places, multiple times.
Right.
And that really helped, and if that's what
We need to
our
do
plan
that.
is here, we'll do that here too.
If I can just put a pin in that for a second. Mike, you have a question?
No, it was just a comment. I think I know you mentioned this earlier, but when these decision points come into play for your board, I would encourage you to ask to be on our agenda. You know, so we can, things aren't, you know, we're not hearing about it afterwards. Even if it's just for our input or to get a bigger audience.
I
I
will
think
tell you, the projects that I've seen fail, and not, before inflation went through the roof, it was a 90-something% success rate, I would tell you, in my experience, of if you got into the program, people were building it. It's not that anymore. And one of the biggest things that will kill a project is lack of support from this group. You don't have to agree with the project, but you need to be a select board that's involved and understands what the decisions are. It means so much, because at least at the end of the day, if you support it 4-1 or 3-2 or whatever, or you don't support it, at least you feel like you've gotten all the info. And if ultimately your feedback is, we just can't afford it, that's different than not paying attention and then reacting to a couple of bad letters to the editor or something like that. I would want the buy-in moving forward, because it only makes for a better project.
Mike and Fernando both have very good points in terms of the publicity. We've got the local scene that covers us every meeting, and as you all may be aware, it's also not only watched by a number of people, but there's also an AI service that writes stories about our meetings. So, which is pretty novel. It's kind of a cool way to see what other communities are doing. But we also have WATD that's here pretty much all the time. The Clipper is here faithfully. So you've got lots of different communication points just from coming to these meetings. So I would encourage you to continue to do that, even though I think we have a pretty good handle right now on what the ask is to move on to town meeting. But this is definitely the place to be. Cindy, sorry, Amy, you had a question, then Cindy, do you have a
No, I don't have a question.
I don't have a question either. I just think it would be, we just came off of a tough budget year last year. We're in another tough budget year this year. We have some really huge ticket items that are coming down the pike that we have to address. And the timing, I understand this, it's terrible, and, but the school is leaking, it's having problems, so you can't pick and choose these things. But like your own household budget, I mean, we all have to live within our means. We're trying to. We're asking the residents to pay more by way of an override. And I'm concerned. I think we're getting hit everywhere we turn, whether it's your water bill, whether it's your beach sticker, whether,
Ice dams, I wasn't planning for it.
Oh, I'm leaking at my house, and I'm married to a guy in construction, and I've got water pouring in my entryway. It's terrible. This is a terrible time for us. So, I fear that something's got to give, and I don't know what that something is, but
The only point
a
I
tough
would
road.
ask to drive home is that this is not the big ask. This is a study to inform what to do next.
Right.
And what to
I
do next
understand,
could
but
include.
the study is a big
ask.
ask. It's
Yeah.
$1.75 million.
Yes, but it's not.
That's a lot of money.
It's not the $150 million school right now.
Right, but that was Sheila's point earlier.
Right, and that's.
And I know the hour's getting late here, and we've got a lot of business to go. Sheila, I do want to recognize you. Looks like you have another question. Before Sheila has another question, is there anybody else who would like to address us on this? Bree? Yeah, Ms. Lynn, go right ahead. And Nancy, is anybody with their hand up online? Okay.
Freeling, 1021 Union Street. Grew up in Duxbury, went to all the Duxbury schools, went to the old high school, have a brick from the old high school, first class in Alden. That playground is a nightmare, and I don't see it on the things with all the buildings. And it's the last grades you have recess. And I'm just hoping that in your studies, you're thinking about also the social play areas that our children have for that last little blip of childhood.
It's inside and outside.
It's
the whole
okay,
site
because
as
it's
well.
really just such a bummer. Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Good, Sheila.
I would, Sheila Lynch Benton and 344 West Street. I'd just like to mention that the select board should go to the Mass Ed website, look at the feasibility studies of other schools, and this one will be the most expensive. And there's no negotiating down, and that's sad to me. It's a signal that we're going to continue this process of big asks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Any other comments from the public? Superintendent Klingerman.
Can I make the last word, say the last word?
Yeah, Danielle, you need to be able to answer that question in your communication package. That question's not going to go away.
Right.
Unless you find an answer for it and demonstrate that it's comparable, right?
Absolutely.
Or is it not? That you need to be able to answer that one. But not tonight, but
Just have I would
You
ask
got to go to the microphone.
Microphone.
Just a rhetorical question. Is it a case where if it was 1.5 million, it'd be different? Or is it needs to be under $1 million? Because the answer to that question, under $1 million, it's not going to be a great study. But is it a case where if it was 1.5, it would be supported? Because the level of what the MSBA is asking for, I want a good quality. I don't want a random designer who is going to take a flyer at this because the good designers say, Duxbury didn't appropriate enough money. I've made decisions on projects to not chase as an owner's project manager because I've seen appropriations that are too low. To be clear, we haven't bought anything with this appropriation.
Yeah.
We have bought a cap to what we can spend, and then we will go and find the most qualified team and get it for the best dollar we can negotiate.
But what I heard, and this is what I need to clarify, is basically the cost for the Alden Elementary School feasibility study. If you look at it to other feasibility studies for elementary schools, it is comparable. That's what I've heard you say.
Okay.
It's more expensive because it's 2026 when we have the ask moving forward, and the studies that we have shared on this list are
Yep.
from several years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
Okay, well, you need to clarify, and we know what inflation's like. We saw
Right.
it with the DPW building. We had to ask for more money because of inflation, right? So somehow or another, you need to be able to
We
articulate.
can make a simpler chart.
Yes.
that
Go ahead,
will
Cindy.
help
Please do.
communicate.
So I had a question, in that chart, it says total feasibility cost. And so I'm wondering, is that the cost to the town, which
No.
is their total minus the 38%?
These numbers do not have reimbursement calculated into them.
They do not.
Because every city and town is different.
Okay,
The cost that a project manager and a designer will charge, they don't care what you're getting back for reimbursement. They're saying, here's my fee for services. Whatever you get back is great, because that range is from 20 to 80%, depending on what city and town
Okay, so
is doing the work.
so for Haverhill, which has a smaller enrollment, their total feasibility cost was 2.6?
So Haverhill appropriated 2.6 million, yes, because for 579. So Haverhill has some very, very old buildings.
Okay.
Very run down. We actually went after this job again in a second. Didn't get it, but they appropriated what looks to be, as you can see, a much larger cost per student because of the condition of the building and just how involved the replacement of that school will be.
Okay, so the total just so I understand, the total feasibility cost was what was appropriated by that town?
Correct. So what I would tell you is everything in green, okay, before there's an MSBA approved budget, these numbers from the bottom half of this sheet are numbers that are available on the MSBA website. The numbers above, anything with a date where it says NA, this was all done by me researching what was out there, looking at, okay, Haverhill had a city council meeting and they appropriated 2.6 million. I won't know how much of that they spend until the project's approved and the MSBA posts the number.
Okay.
Right, so these are full-on appropriations. These are actual costs.
Okay.
Down here at the bottom half.
And none of them have the reimbursement?
And none of them have the reimbursement,
Okay.
Amy?
because it's different for each city and town.
I
Thank you.
often find myself in an uncomfortable situation, but I'm uncomfortable by something that you just said, so I really need to clarify it. You used the word "I," and you said, you asked if the difference in getting this passed is a difference between 1.75 and 1.5. And then you said, I want to ensure that we have good architects that are doing this. How is it that you personally are ensuring this? Is that, do you work for MSBA? How, okay, I'm trying to understand how.
As chair of the building committee.
Yes.
Okay.
Volunteering my time as you are volunteering yours.
So-
I want to make sure that the group, our group as a collective, does a good job and has a good project team, so that I can feel confident as someone who has 30-something
Oh,
years in
certainly,
construction,
certainly, but
that
how?
I know we have a good team that can give us some good answers and not just build a new one. Because as I've heard pretty clearly tonight, just build a new one, it's not the answer everyone wants to hear. I want a well-baked answer, someone who's really gonna dig into this and really look at the different options, so that we can come to you with 10 or 12 things as we funnel it down and say, here, look at all of these different things. And if the answer is just fix it, I want to have good faith in that.
Right,
And I'm
but
not-
just to help me understand the comment, what the difference in those amounts that you suggested, and then how would the committee choose which of the consultants or the architects or the designers that work for MSBA would be assigned to our project?
It's a great question. The owner's project manager applies directly to the town, right? And basically, just like you did for the DPW building, you put out a request for qualifications, the responses come back, we score them, and we say, okay, let's interview these 4, and we come with a recommendation of let's enter into a contract with them. Once you hire them, then you start the process of the design. The design process is a little bit different than what you did on the DPW.
And the DPW, the town maintained full control of the selection of who the designer was. Unfortunately, with the MSBA, you go to the designer selection panel at the MSBA, and the town gets 3 votes. The MSBA gets 10, 13 votes total. So at the end of the day, if the town feels really strongly about the folks that respond and who can do a good job, you want to go in with that unified voice and let them know, hey, we really like firm A. That doesn't mean that the other 10 votes won't go and rank firm B as the top. So but it is a qualified pool. They make sure of that. This won't be the first time someone has done one of these. You know, it will be they vet the responses that come in. Your owner's project manager vets them, and then the town gets to participate in those interviews in Boston. Well, they used to be in Boston. I think they're still remote, but be online and actually participate in what are some very detailed design presentations for the selection of the firm.
So everything goes out to bid.
Right.
It's not just left
Not
up.
bid, quals.
It's, what's that?
It's quals.
Quals, okay.
Quals
But there's a process through
And
the,
then fees are negotiated after the fact. And if you can't agree to a fee with the highest ranked respondent, you go to number 2. That's why you rank them.
Okay. So not to belabor the point, but I'll just make one final comment. And Bree, did you have a question too?
Super quick one.
All right, so let me ask mine, and then
Of course,
hopefully
yeah.
we can get to a vote on this. You had asked about the 1.5 versus 1.75. So from my perspective, anything over 0, we're going to need to justify. And this town, it's not, should it be 1.5 or 1.25 or whatever? This town, in my experience, is very fair with evaluating what our needs are and allocating resources to achieve those needs or to fill those needs. So I think the issue isn't necessarily, the number, of course, is important, but I think the specific number is less important than an assurance to the voters
A fair shake.
that we're getting the best bang for the buck. So that would be my message to you in terms of evaluating where we are on the
I just
spectrum.
didn't know because sometimes there's a number attached with feedback or a response doing this.
Well, no,
long
to,
enough. Just curious
to
if
your
there was-
point,
there was
if,
something.
yeah, to your point, if we were going to get an inferior product for 1.5, to me, that's a wasted 1.5.
No, I just-
So, yeah, all right, we're all on the same page, I think. Bree, go right ahead, and then let's move on.
Yeah, I just, I was just looking at the numbers and, you know, the only thing I wonder is the towns that you're comparing to, are we comparing to towns that are in our financial state? Or are we looking at towns that already have an excess of capital, already have an excess of revenue, their budget's balanced? So I think that might play into, you know, 2.6
Shouldn't matter.
behavioral versus us. No?
No, good point, we'll get the answer.
I just- yeah, I'm just
I don't know
throwing
the
it
answer to that.
I don't even need an answer, I was just throwing it out there.
Okay, no, thank you.
No, it's a great point. The answer to that question is we would have to look and see. You know, clearly in the last year, there's been more cities and towns that are going for overrides than ever before. Usually it was, you know, a handful, and now it's umpteen to 20-something, right, out of 351. So, you know, we don't know specifically, but we would have to look. This is just a pure comparison of enrollment and monies that they've appropriated, no impact on reimbursement rate or their financial status.
Yeah, totally random.
Yeah, no, it's a good question.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Lemieux. Well presented. Superintendent Klingeman, thank you.
Thank
you.
Sheila and Bree, thank you very much for the questions. Anything else from the board? No. All right, may I have a motion?
I move that the Select Board supports and recommends the approval of the March 14th, 2026 Annual Town Meeting Article Number 12, Alden School Feasibility Study, as presented.
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, everybody. What is the sentiment of the board? It is 9:05. We have a number of CPC articles. I see we have Nancy here.
Also, I do need
A
to vote
number of
for
people.
Article 5A.
That's a fact, we've already done
How much gas do we have left in the tank?
Well, we have a number of people here from CPC, so
All
we
right,
should
yes,
do that.
CPC. All right. So let's move next to Article 25, CPC Ellison Playground Surfacing. Mr. Reed.
Holly's here to describe them. I think you've, well, actually not describe them.
I thought we already,
We heard a description of it.
She's actually here to just give you the quorum of the vote.
Yeah, we had a
We've had the whole presentation.
we've had the
Right,
presentation.
yes.
They just need
Hi,
to-
Holly Morris, Chair of the CPC. I believe you did get the presentation,
Yes.
and the CPC voted on this fully in favor, and we are looking for your vote.
All right, any questions from the board?
No?
Nope.
May I have a motion?
I move that the Select Board supports and recommends the approval of March 14, 2026 Annual Town Meeting Article Number 25, Ellison Playground Surfacing, as presented.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's call for the vote. All of those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. Next, Article
Thank you.
30 CPC Bay Farm Accessibility Trail.
Okay, you did not hear this, correct?
This one,
Okay.
no.
No.
All right, this is for a request of $45,000. Representative Josh Cutler secured $40,000 of ARPA, which is the American Rescue Plan Act funds, for an accessible trail at Bay Farm. Pat Brennan of PGB Engineering developed a plan for the proposed trail, which will follow the existing trail that runs through the middle of the field and ends at the shore. The slope must be at or less than 5% and 8 feet wide. Excuse me. Roughly 8 inches of topsoil will be excavated and then covered with stone dust. The parking lot will be graded, and an interpretive sign will be designed and placed near the parking lot. As Sheila Brenton and Smith pointed out, this was originally a site of the Patuxet tribe of the Wampanoag Nation. 1 or 2 benches will be placed near the terminus of the trail. Per the 1989 MOU between Duxbury Kingston Department of Environmental Management and Mass Audubon Society, approval is to be secured from these entities, and Mass Historical Commission was contacted, and they determined that an archaeological survey was not necessary for the site. Any questions?
Let's just point out, Duxbury is blessed to have many open spaces and trails. Unfortunately, few of them are ADA accessible. So this would be an important improvement to one of our most important resources. Cindy?
Yeah, just, Polly, that stone dust, is that accessible, wheelchairs, strollers, that sort of thing?
Yes, everything.
Yeah, okay, great, thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
Just a comment, well done. I mean, this is excellent.
Yeah, thank you, Josh Cutler.
And
Yeah.
conservation.
And of course, conservation, absolutely. And CPC. And everybody else. Any other comments? If not, I will have a motion, please.
Yeah, I move that Select Board supports and recommends the approval of March 14, 2026 Annual Town Meeting Article Number 30, CPC Bay Farm Accessibility Trail, as presented.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries 5-0. Finally, for CPC, Article 31, Polly's Pond Archaeological Survey.
Okay, the request is for $25,000. This pond is named after Mary Windsor Alden, also known as Aunt Polly, the only woman who owned the Alden farm. Nearly every student that has attended Duxbury schools knows this pond. It is situated behind the new CPA-funded pickleball courts, tennis and basketball court near the library. And it is near the playing fields, offering a view of the fields. Science classes have used the site as an outdoor classroom. Tony Kelso discovered that the WPA, the Works Progress Administration, in the 1930s, worked on this site to create a skating pond. An Eagle Scout built a small deck on the edge, which has since deteriorated. And unfortunately, this pond has been neglected. Debris has fallen into the pond, and it has trash. The request is for a survey plan of the wetlands, removal of debris from the pond, an archaeological survey of the site, and the design and construction of an ADA trail of crushed stone. A bench may be included or at a later date.
Question for you, Polly. Under the title of the CPC article, at least on my copy, says archaeological survey, but here it says pond restoration. So is is the 25,000 for all of the things that you discussed in here, the delineation to include the design and construction of an ADA walking
That
trail?
we hope that that will be sufficient.
Okay, so it's not 25,000 just for an archaeological survey?
No, the whole thing.
Okay, that's, all right, that changes things in my mind in terms of the use of $25,000 from CPC funds. Any questions from the board or comments? Mike?
Has there been any cost estimates or anything about what would, I know that will lead to that, but what kind of dollar, even ballpark, what we're going to end up spending on the pond?
In the pond? I believe well, first of all, we need to do a wetland delineation, and I did have a breakdown on that. Is it 5? Yeah. I think it was 5,000 to do the wetland delineation. Oh, okay.
I mean, I guess my question is, how big a project are we walking into here? And secondarily, I see that Betsy's up there. I was interested in this 2 to 6 vote. So I realize this is just a small ask for 25,000. What's the ultimate goal here, and how much is that?
The ultimate goal is to really restore this pond because it has deteriorated for so many years. It really is a beautiful site. It is definitely, it's been used for classroom studies forever, but it just has been trashed.
Yeah.
And the feeling is that we would like to bring it back to a more attractive state, better environmentally, and have people enjoy it as it was. It also, this property connects over to the Alden property, and it would be nice if there's a trail that leads over into that site as well.
Mr. Sullivan, would you like to explain the vote for
Sure.
FinCom?
We did not vote to recommend. We voted against. We felt as though it was not, not that it isn't a worthy project, but that we could not support it for the reason that we were somewhat concerned about the previous article as well, is there's no funds to maintain it. You fix it, and it's already been fixed a couple of times, and then fallen into disrepair, and we do not have money in our budget to add another project to the DPW's budget to continue to maintain it. And the conversation got a little silly towards the end, but basically that it was in the woods. It wasn't as perhaps accessible as other things, and we just didn't think it was a good idea to spend money that way.
Did the Finance Committee understand the project to be all the things discussed in this slide, to include the ADA walking trail, or did you look at it from the perspective of just a archaeological survey?
No, it was there was quite a bit of
The whole thing? Okay.
Yeah, but if there's no money to support it once it's done, and it is really not as easily accessible to the public as would usually be deemed an open space.
There's a little street that goes right down to it, right behind the
It's
parking
behind.
lot. There's a,
It was
no, it's
called
right
the
next
Swamp
to,
in the woods. That was basically the feeling that they had. So, I mean, we could debate that all night, but.
well, there is a little street that goes down between the parking lot and this pond. I mean, it's very
It's not as
accessible.
easily accessible, nor do many people that didn't grow up here maybe are aware of it. And there's, more importantly, no money to support keeping it up once we spend the money on this.
So was the Finance Committee then able to talk to the DPW to see whether this would be
The
a,
DPW has a full roster. We wouldn't dare talk to the DPW and ask them if they could add yet another couple of projects to their dance card. If you would like to do that, but I do not have, and I'm pretty brassy, but I would not do that.
I don't know how much maintenance this would really
What
require.
would the maintenance be?
It's a good question. I don't think it will be that extensive,
Are we just
given
looking to
the size of
remove
this
some
area.
trash, some trash removal and?
Maybe,
Walkway.
I mean, it's essentially, it's on school property. The school we've spoken to the school about it. They were in favor of it. It really has just been ignored, and yet it's so visible when you are over in that area.
Yeah.
It's sad. It really is sad to see the state that it is in right now. But, during parts of the, different seasons, it's beautiful in there.
Is there any ability, I mean, we've got some great groups in town. We've got some Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, Eagle Scout, we've got, students who
maintain it.
want to get their Eagle Scout. Is there an ability to try to make this more of a community or some kind of a volunteer effort?
Well, the school's gone now.
I think part of it, perhaps, but again, we have to do a wetland delineation that will cost some money, not a whole lot. And as far as, maintenance-wise, to engage the scouts would be an excellent idea. And as I pointed out, there used to be a ramp there that was built by an Eagle Scout years ago.
So that could be done again by an Eagle Scout.
Yeah, we're not suggesting that you put a float or a ramp on this.
But that gets to Betsy's point, though.
Yes.
That it had been improved before and fell
Well-
into disrepair, and here we are again.
A long time ago, right? I mean, that was like
Yeah,
1940s. I mean, yeah, things do need to be looked at every once in a while, but
Any other comments from the board?
I mean,
I think it's a great
that's a
project.
great point, because the previous one is adding more trails, right? So Landon, somebody has to maintain it, right? And so basically I think it's a good point, actually, because we had a similar conversation with, you were looking for an engineering study to build bleachers or build structures at the playing fields, right? And I asked the question is, what is the total cost going to be, right? Because that's what we should base. If we're going to spend money, we should know what the final cost of the project is, right? Anyway, so that was my concern. So here is, I think it'd be great, actually, in the future, if you come with enhancing, adding more trails, adding more stuff, workload to land and natural resources, you have an idea and feedback from DPW as to how much it will cost. Is it one more person? Is it more overtime? I think we just need to, as a town, we need to understand the full cost of the investment and the make. Is it, in a way,
this is getting
Holly,
overboard.
Holly, let me just finish for a second. Let me just finish.
It's
Just like the HVAC stuff. We buy it,
not
we
HVAC.
install it, and we don't maintain it, and it fails, right? So that's the same sort of question. That's all I'm asking for is, what are we going to do to
Have
maintain
you
it?
been to the site? I'm just curious.
No, this is the first time I've seen it.
I've been there a lot.
Why don't we take a field trip in the snow?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the snow.
It's very
It's ice.
modest, it's
I'm
small,
joking.
but it's
Right.
part of the school property, and every child that went to school knows this pond.
Mine can stop.
The frog pond, I think my son used to
I'm part of the CPC. We are funding a playground 100 feet from this pond for $137,000. Where do you think the siblings are going to
Did
go
we
now?
ask about maintenance for
Yeah,
that
because
playground?
We don't ask
that's
for
reasonable.
maintenance
We're
about
upgrading it
the
because
bay
it's
farm. We don't
maintenance
ask
free
about
or less
maintenance for
maintenance,
the
right? That's all.
playground. But now we're
There's
gonna
no
have,
maintenance.
we're gonna ask about maintenance for a walking path around a pond, which literally, all we wanna do is take like the tires out and like the sad ramp that is in there that's been decrepit. We just wanna take it out. We don't even put new one in. We don't wanna put crushed stone down. We don't wanna put fence.
It says
nothing.
design.
But
it says-
that's
So when
different
you
from,
walk, so when you walk on paths, just like
Yeah.
the River Loop or any other Duxbury path, they're generally maintained by the public. I don't think that the DPW would be taking on the path, and really, we can't do anything at all until we have an archaeological survey, and we know that that's gonna be $25,000 or less, and that's why we're asking, because that's all we can do.
So the 25,000 is for an archaeological
No,
survey?
it's for everything here, but we can't do anything
It's
until.
archaeological survey, wetland delineation, survey site plans, preliminary site work to restore polyspan, and design an ADA walking trail to encircle the pond.
Yep, it's a flat area.
And then
Just-
how about a commitment then, right?
Sure.
If you do this,
Mhm.
ask the DPW guys, just get an idea of what effort will require for them to maintain it. Do me that favor.
Why would they, I mean.
Why, do me that
It's on
favor.
the
hold on,
school
let's,
property. Wait,
Sorry.
Property, whatever, I know.
Nancy Rufo,
I'd like to hear from Ms.
Conservation
Rufo, our
Administrator.
Conservation Administrator. Go ahead, Nancy.
I don't envision the DPW maintaining this at all. I would view this as any other trail that we have in town, and it would most likely fall under conservation.
So
But
conservation,
I don't understand we're not going to be plowing it in the winter. It's
no,
going to be like any other trail.
can I ask a question? So all
Yeah.
these trails we have in town, you maintain them all?
Yes.
Yep.
Over 50 miles.
All right, so who actually does the work then?
We have a land management assistant.
Land management
Michael-
assistant?
Michael DiVirgilio.
Right.
He'll
So-
be coming in at a future meeting to talk
Okay,
about the
good.
trails.
All right then.
Oh, yes,
So
right.
it's
yeah.
covered then. So we have
Yes.
it in your operating budget. You have the cost for maintaining all this stuff then, yes?
We actually have access to the CPA fund, the CPC fund. So for projects that we work on that are outside of my operating budget,
Yeah.
I'm able to go to the Conservation Commission for approval to use some of that money.
Oh, okay, so there is funding to maintain this.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, and DPW is not part of it
Okay,
at
all right
all.
then. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
And then
so-
just one quick thing, sorry, Brian. Your question about the title, what's happened is we've changed a couple of the titles. So in the text, it's correct. It says CPC Polly's Pond Restoration. We just have to marry the table of contents to the new titles. I think that's, because the
Okay.
table of contents still says archaeological.
Yeah, that's
survey.
important, because
Yeah.
I don't know that I'd support 25,000 for an archaeological
Yes,
study.
that's why we changed the title, yeah.
Mary, go right ahead. Our Finance Director, Mary McKinnon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess this question's for Nancy. So correct me if I'm wrong, the land management assistant,
Yes.
last year, the hours for that position were increased from 15 to 19.
Correct.
And now we're talking about some additional projects that would fall under the jurisdiction and responsibility of this position.
Yep.
Do you anticipate coming back and asking to increase the hours and convert that from a part-time to full-time position in the near future, and therefore benefit eligible?
I do not anticipate that. One additional thing that we have for the land management assistant is we were able to purchase a piece of equipment that has revolutionized how he's maintaining the trails. So in 1 week, he's able to do what would have taken him 2 months to do, with his chainsaw on his back. And so he's been able to really make progress on our trails. Yeah, so I don't anticipate that at all.
Sheila has a question.
Yeah.
I would, Sheila Lynch Benton, 340 West Street. I would just like to speak to the archaeological survey. I'm a member of the Massachusetts chapter of archaeologists. This site has, when the library used to be a high school, 2 students were out smoking by the pond, kicked over ancient artifacts. It led to a study and some people looking at this pond. It's connected to the Alden First site. John Alden's first house was built on top of a Native American site, and when they did that analysis, they found 5,000 Native American artifacts under the first Alden site right next to this pond. And this was the freshwater pond to the Alden site and the Native American community that lived on Eagle's Nest, that went out on the Bluefish River. And this pond is well known for artifacts. So the reason they can't move forward with this is everyone wants to know what was there. And the same way they did, and the CPC has buckets, historical, open space, affordable, etc. Not only is this open space, this is, to archaeologists in our group, it's a big deal, the archaeology study. I know you wouldn't support it, Brian, you stated it, but it's a very historic site, and there's a 7,000-year-old artifact that was found there, an 8,000-year-old, 5,000. So Bridgewater State actually had a student work with CPC and did a preliminary study of exactly what the archaeological survey will be. And for those of us really into ancient history of this area, this is important, and it's part of the CPC bucket of history. So I hope you don't poo-poo the archaeological survey. It's very important. Thank you.
Ms. Bending, should we take your comments with caution or excitement? I gather your view is excitement. Should we be worried about additional costs if they find?
What happens with the Wampanoag tribe, if you do an archaeological survey and they do test pits and they find artifacts,
Yeah.
it belongs to the property owner, which would be the school, which would be interesting for the students to learn ancient history of this site. But if you do run into a body, you have to notify the Wampanoag tribe. They take the remains and they reinter it down in Mashpee, and there's a ceremony. So I'm very excited because I know a lot of people have found artifacts there, and it's connected to the Alden site, etc. But there is a chance they may run into internments that are really old, and what would happen would be protocol. It would hold up the project for a little, and things would be reinterred down in Mashpee, but it doesn't stop the project.
Is there a cost associated with all of that?
No, it's the Wampanoag tribe actually does the ceremony. They come, they do the whole thing.
Okay.
But the way the school could be aligned, the history program at the high school, to know that this site has been used for 10,000 years is incredible to me. And nobody knows that the Alden first site and the pond are that old, and that there's a community of artifacts underneath this area that Mass Historic requires an archaeological survey. So, sorry, Brian, but it's an important part of the program.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
So
Thank you.
the underlying goal is to clean it up. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, and to create an ADA accessible trail around it.
Is there a reason why we need to do it this year?
Yes?
Why not?
Yeah, of course there is. This year? Gonna cost more
Yeah.
next year.
I did want to say,
Well, it sounds like there's a lot of opportunity here in terms of different types of interests. And Mike
Yes.
raises a good point. It was the same thing I was thinking of is Sheila raised the issue of artifacts.
Mhm.
And in my mind, that's incredibly interesting, obviously, for a lot of reasons, but it also increases potential for cost. And I want to be sensitive
No,
to that
it doesn't increase the cost.
and we've,
until it does. I mean,
Why
We're
would it-
earning us millions of dollars because we found something valuable. I mean, the.
I don't know. It seems like there's opportunity here, but maybe the cake isn't fully baked.
Let's
take a
gotta go
vote.
see what's
I
in
know.
that.
it's,
We need to go look.
it's difficult to see what the cake is going to look like without having all of the ingredients. So we need to have the surveys and the wetland delineations to know what is capable there.
But I
and-
thought the whole project was to include a trail.
It
as
is.
well, an ADA
And-
trail.
And one of the questions that came up was, I think it was Amy that said, engaging different groups. I've already engaged Danielle Klingeman. She's supportive of this. She's been on the site. She thinks it's a great opportunity for different volunteer groups, National Honor Society. The woodworking class could potentially help with benches. So we have engaged the schools in talking about how they can assist with this and make it a real community effort. And I've also talked to the library, to Denise, and she wants to make it curriculum for the library as well.
Yeah.
Can I just say one more
ahead.
thing? This is $25,000, you guys.
I know,
I know
I
it's
know.
getting late. I think we're beating this dead horse. I think this is a really good use of our money. This is a pond that apparently every school child knows about. It is front and center. It needs to be cleaned up. It's got some archaeological treasures. You know, it's $25,000. We voted to approve, to recommend approval for a barn, for some
Right.
farm. I mean,
Yeah.
this just seems like a good use of CPA
It could
funds.
save a life.
Any other comments? May I have a motion?
Yeah, no.
The playground.
I move that Select Board supports and recommends the approval of March 14, 2026 Annual Town Meeting, Article Number 31, CPC Poly Ponds Restoration.
Yeah, second.
As presented.
Oh, I was waiting for that.
Restoration, right.
It's
thank you,
restoration,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
No,
All
I've heard,
Be a
I've heard
great
the,
fun
that
project.
there's funding to maintain it, so that's good. Thank you.
right, 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, why don't we skip over 16 and 7? Rainey, you need us to look
do
at the
need
operating
you to
budget
vote
5A.
You-
So next we'll move to 5A.
Thank you. You've,
What?
well, actually, Mary's here for Article 7. She's here for 7.
All right,
Just
you
quickly
here for 7?
on 5A,
Well,
Is
let's
anybody
do
here for
7.
16?
No, I am.
Oh,
All right, let's do 7 then.
Let's just, we only got a month left before town meeting. Let's keep going.
let's keep on going.
Let it rip.
I'm sorry?
Let it rip.
Okay. Article 7, this article is asking to appropriate $155,102 across a couple of funding sources. This is for what the town refers to as capital light. That does not mean that all of these items are in particular capital related. It's more of an equipment article or a one-time expense article that is common and routine for communities.
can I
sent out-
stop you just for a second? Where did this come on all of our emails? Do you
Or
know?
what page are we on?
I sent something out to you today.
You did.
I did?
Perfect. Thank you. I knew I saw it. I just couldn't remember. There was a lot of
We
emails.
got a lot of stuff in different.
Thank you, Mary. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No
There we go.
worries. I think I sent it out before noon.
Is it in the,
Yep.
is it in the warrant?
The article itself is the additional,
Thank you,
29.
thank you, thank you.
but the,
No, I got it.
Let's recognize that number.
Got it right here. Thank you.
I did send out supplemental information, so the last, in the spreadsheet I sent out today, there's
Spikes
a,
and, yeah.
yep, a column to the
Yeah.
right that has a description of all of the items. So I'm just going to race through them quickly, and you can stop me if you have any questions. First one is a facilities-related project to install roof barricades for safety-related issues at 4 town buildings, the Wright Building Crematory, Percy Walker Pool, and the Police Department. The town was recently found at fault for a safety violation from the Department of Labor Standards, and as part of their review, they recommended that we evaluate and correct other facilities for the exact same situation. And so this will install roof barriers to protect employees and contractors working within 15 feet of a roof's edge. Cost of that, $21,221. Next 2 items are for the Police Department. First is to replace AED life-saving equipment for a cost of $19,001. And the quote was provided for you. This is to replace 7 AED units, to obtain additional supply or inventory of the defibrillation electrodes, and to also have 2 additional spare batteries. This is to replace equipment that is expiring and obviously used by the police department. Next item is traffic safety equipment, $6,154. This is to replace equipment that is stored and used in cruisers. So we own this equipment. This is to replace items that are either end of useful life or have parts that need to be repaired or replaced. 3 spike strip systems, 5 pursuit prevention devices, also called stop sticks, and a spare mobile radio that can go from one vehicle in the fleet inventory to another. Any questions on those?
No.
Okay, radios. This is to replace the 30 radio pagers for our fire department. These are the radios that they always have on their person and are used to for off-duty personnel to listen to and be notified for callbacks. $19,764. All of those would be funded with free cash. Next couple of items are for the harbor master.
Mary, those voice pagers, they already have those, right?
They
So
do.
these are
This
just
is to
replacements?
replace. Yep.
Is there any change in the cost of the service?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
The next items for the harbor master will all be funded from the Waterways Improvement Fund. First is to replace one of the 2 town dinghies, $800. Next is to purchase a trailer to transport Marine Unit 5, which is, so this is replacing a 2004 trailer to tow our 25-foot safe boat, which is our primary rescue vehicle, or vessel, I should say. Next one is mobile radio purchase and install. When the Safe Boat was acquired from the police department, there was never a permanently installed radio affixed to the boat, and this is to address that situation. Next one is replace and repair town pier gangways. So the town has 3 gangway connections. Last year, we did the main gangway. This request for $8,500 is to remove and replace the remaining 2 gangway connections. Is this like the bonus shellfish?
Yeah.
And then, so this will complete the 3 gangways of that project. And the last item for the harbor master is to purchase night vision thermal binoculars. And these binoculars will be able to be used across vessels and not have to require the installation of permanent night vision equipment on each vessel. And that cost is $5,535. Next item is $7,500 for additional traffic signage in town. This will be up to the DPW operations manager on how to prioritize that, but we've been receiving requests from the public for the installation of additional signage in various areas of town.
What is the TNC fund?
So the TNC is the Transportation Network Commission, and in short, what that is basically Uber or rideshare monies. So every rideshare that originates in the town of Duxbury or concludes in the town of Duxbury, the town receives a dime or 10 cents for each of those rides. So back when the rideshare industry was being established and it was being regulated through the state set up this TNC fund. The state takes their own share. They get 10 cents for every single ride, and they keep it. And the other 10 cents for where the rides originate or conclude within the community, they send that money out to the community.
How much money
we
do we
currently
have in
have $7,510 in that fund. We take in approximately $1,000 or $1,200 a year in rideshare monies. It can only be used for transportation-related expenses.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay.
Cool.
Next one is the cemetery processing station. This has nothing to do with computer equipment. This is the crematory processing station where they separate metal from ash, and we need to upgrade that processing unit. And we'll use fewer, we'll leave it at that. Next is...
The description disturbed me beyond belief there, but, because I didn't, all right, but we can move on.
the description on the sheet?
Yeah, I don't understand the blades, what is,
You don't want to know.
I don't.
We'll take you on a tour.
I don't think I want to know.
No. It's too late at night.
Okay. Next item is Amy, I'm happy to answer your questions
Yes,
afterwards.
that's all right. We'll talk later.
Next is library painting. So the library is requesting some funding to do some painting. And you'll see that they've listed a 3-year program that they would like to undertake. This first year for FY27 would be $2,300 to paint the lower level, or sections of the lower level. Item number 12 on the list is a carpeting replacement in the library. Again, the library is over 25 years old. They're finding that they have a lot of areas that are worn, stained, or frayed, and they have identified specific areas that they would like to replace the carpet over a 3-year period. This would be dedicated for the Landman Room for $2,357. And lastly is the beach, a UTV purchase. So the beach has 6 UTVs in their fleet. However, one of them is virtually unusable. This purchase would replace that unusable one so that they maintain 6 in their fleet at all times. And what the beach ops department tries to do in virtually every instance is to utilize ATVs on the beach as opposed to the trucks, because given the sand and the extreme conditions, they are trying to save and extend the life of our trucks and utilizing UTVs, but it's important that we make sure that we maintain our fleet so that they have the ability to properly patrol that property.
On the UTV, I noticed in the description, it looks like it was a 4-seater. Looks like a big one. Are we replacing like for like, or is this an upgrade? And if it's an upgrade, why?
Where do you see that?
It's the very end, very last page of the packet. It shows a picture of the unit, and it's pretty
Yeah, why do we
pretty
need
big
4 seats?
ATV or UTV, whatever it's called.
So,
Because I'm just thinking of the times I've seen them on the beach, it's always been a two-seater, with like a little bed in the back.
so I can't answer that definitively without consulting with Steve, but what I would suggest is this quote is dated back in September, and more than likely prices have changed, so Steve will purchase one that is appropriately sized within the budget constraints that town meeting approves. So it may certainly not be one that is a four-seater like you're raising.
This might have been a good deal, this one.
It could have been back in September when the quote was prepared.
Probably gone.
All right. That's it, right?
And that completes Article 7.
Any questions for Mrs. McKinnon?
Can I ask one silly
Go
question
ahead.
about the radio voice pagers? So it's
Comfortable.
$20,000 for 30 pagers. So when the fire department has, they need to get some of the crew back for whatever reason, they page them. I understand why they don't use the cell phone. These are designated in case there was some kind of an emergency, I guess. But it does seem like a lot. I mean, it's kind of antiquated technology, right? Pagers. It just seems surprising that it would be a price tag of $20,000 for 30 of them.
Why would that be surprising?
Oh,
Yes,
just seems like a lot for a
$700 per pager.
pager.
Fair enough.
The quote was provided in your packet.
It is in there? Okay. I didn't see that
But the
one.
page is only about, no. I remember.
And it
I
also
remember
includes a
pager.
2-year warranty.
That's fine.
How many year warranty? I'm sorry.
2.
All right, any other questions on Article 7?
No.
I have a motion.
Yeah, I move that the Select Board supports and recommends the approval of March 14, 2026 Annual Town Meeting Article
7.
Number 7, Small Equipment Minor Services, as presented.
We have
Second.
motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Next
Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. 5A, operating budget. Mr. Reed.
Oh, sorry. Did you guys vote?
Yes,
Yeah.
5-0,
Thank you.
operating
5-0.
budget, please. 5A.
5A, okay.
Oh,
I need
boy,
you
I'm
to
tired.
vote on this, but as Fernando pointed out, you've seen everything in here with the exceptions of lines 94, 95, 96, and 97.
Yeah.
Regional dispatch changed, as did the water, but I don't think we're able to do it tonight. Is that correct? We can do it on the 23rd?
Yeah, I wasn't aware that was coming up tonight, so.
I wasn't either,
we'll have to
so
do it
that's
on the
fine.
23rd. But so there is a subtotal on page 22.
Yeah, I recognize that number. We've already reviewed that number.
Okay, so have you voted that number yet?
No.
Because that is going to be a separate motion, right?
Okay.
Separate from water enterprise and.
But that's fine, but they don't vote separate motions, they vote the entire article. So what we'll do is we'll just do it on the 23rd. We'll come back and have them vote 5A on the 23rd, because they will have seen everything at that point.
Okay.
Okay, just for clarity's sake. Okay, so never mind, we don't need to do you want to do 16? Which one?
Sure, let's do 16.
Yeah.
At the town meeting change.
Yes.
Proposed amendment to general bylaws, dissolution of the beach committee.
Thank you, Renee.
Yeah. As you saw in the warrant, the proposal is to, let's see, amendment to the general bylaws to dissolve the beach committee. First founded, I think, in 1988, it was under a very different time, almost 40 years ago. There had been questions coming to me from the chair at the time, Sue Rourke, of
Which one is it
the
now?
beach committee.
I have an
And
old.
they had several meetings. Their last one was in 2021, and the last agenda item they ever had was a discussion on the future direction of the beach committee. And it seemed to be appropriate, in my conversations with her, she thought it was appropriate that we simply dissolve it. In fact, back then, I met with Gordon, Sue, Nancy, and myself, and we discussed the beach committee. They were in favor of having it disbanded and remove it from the general bylaws because they serve no purpose any longer. And the reason is, for many years prior to the creation of full-time professional staff positions by both the town of Duxbury and the Duxbury Beach Reservation, the beach committee served in an advisory capacity to make recommendations for the coordinated use, management, and operations of the town leased portion of the beach and for proper maintenance of the Powder Point Bridge. Beach operations have required in-house professionalization due to the increasing complexity of the nature of the work. The town of Duxbury has employed a full-time beach operations manager working under the recreation director in the town's recreation department, who oversees the part-time staff and works closely with the DBR on daily operations while navigating through the varied and increasing environmental regulations associated with beach use. Further, several years ago, the town hired a third-party engineering firm to consult with and assist in making recommendations on the requisite repairs to the Powder Point Bridge. Also, with the advent of the proposed Mass DOT project to replace the bridge and the town's Powder Point Bridge Advisory Committee, the Beach Committee's responsibility on making recommendations on the bridge have become moot, and the committee is now a vestige of governance prior to all of the foregoing changes. So with that, and following all those discussions, it seemed prudent to simply remove it from the general bylaws because it isn't something that's essentially going to come back. In fact, the committee hasn't been populated since I think the last membership expired in 2024.
So this is housekeeping, not substantive.
That's correct.
Any questions from
No.
the board? Okay, may I have a motion?
I move that the Select Board supports and recommends the approval of the March 14, 2026 Annual Town Meeting Article Number 16, Proposed Amendment to the General Bylaws, Dissolution of the Beach Committee, as presented.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Reed, for cleaning that up.
No problem, thank you.
Town manager's report, Mr. Reed.
I need you to close the warrant, please.
Oh, yeah.
I move that the Select Board closes the March 14, 2026 Annual Town Meeting
Sorry,
warrant.
before you do that, can we do that if we haven't opined on the operating budget yet?
You may. In fact,
Okay.
I prefer that you do.
All right,
Thank you.
go ahead. Sorry.
As
motion.
as
As I was
moved.
saying.
All right, so there's a motion to
Oh,
close.
second.
A motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. Close the warrant. Next to the town manager's report, Mr. Reed.
All right, thank you. I know you're tired, but I'm going to read fast, so here we go. The Temple Street Dam removal. The Temple Street Dam removal project is getting underway this week with construction activities expected
Thank you,
throughout
Fran.
the spring. Thank you. With construction activities throughout the spring and restoration activities to follow. The project involves a dam that was identified by the state's Division of Ecological Restoration 12 years ago as a strong candidate for removal to restore natural hydrology in fish passage, while also reducing or eliminating the need for ongoing dam maintenance by the DPW staff. The dam is located at 0 Keene Street at the Myrtle and Temple Street Bridge crossing of the South River across from the Camp Wing Temple Street entrance. An IFB was issued in December, and the low bidder was Luciano's Excavation, based in Taunton. The project is funded through a combination of grants from the Division of Ecological Restoration, the North and South River Watershed Association, and matching funds from the town. Intersection improvements at Route 53 and Franklin Street. Last week, Sheila and I met with members of Mass DOT regarding a proposed roundabout for the intersection of Franklin Street and Route 53. Mass DOT is in the process of working on the preliminary design, and they will be holding a public informational meeting either in late March or early April. And when they do, you will certainly know about it.
Roundabout.
That's been the
Yes.
scene of
Many accidents.
many bad
Interesting.
accidents.
I was there for the last fatal that occurred. It was horrible.
Yeah.
But that's, I hate to say it,
Franklin Street 53.
That's what they were
I
waiting
hate to say it,
for.
that's what gets those projects to happen,
Okay.
sadly. But
Thank you for the
yeah,
heads up on that.
yeah.
Can I ask you a question about the Temple Street Dam?
Of course.
removal? So what are the impacts downstream of this? Anything?
This is
If you're- if
this
you're
is
removing-
upstream here, so.
More
You're
water.
removing the dam.
I don't know.
It's
I
a
had
fish
Nancy here,
thing.
but I don't know off the top of my head.
It's a fish thing.
Yes.
Okay, but if we're removing a dam, so there's no impacts to anyone
No
downstream?
tsunami.
No, they've done,
Pull it
no, I
forward.
went to the presentation out at the dam.
All right.
It seems a couple of years ago now, I don't know. The North and South Watershed Association and.
Right.
And whatever, and they have studied the whole way back and forth. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for going to that, Cindy. That was helpful.
Damn, I missed it.
Oh! You or me?
Sorry, it's late.
Here we go, here we go.
We still got some energy at 10 to 10.
We're almost there, we're almost there. Powder Point Bridge reopening date, we are currently in a holding pattern due to the weather.
Right.
I'm talking about the construction, the temporary
I
construction,
know,
yeah, the
yeah,
pilings.
yeah.
All of the piles have been driven, and 6 of the 10 sister piles repairs have been fully completed. Great Eastern Marine estimates 1 week of work left to complete the remaining repairs. Unfortunately, ice in the harbor prevented Great Eastern from utilizing their floats to complete the remaining work. We won't be able to reopen the bridge until SGH, our engineering firm, inspects all of the repairs, which may be another week or so after the repairs are completed. I will get to you in just a second. Wait, you're here for the dam?
Yeah.
Fire away, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. Go ahead.
Go right ahead. Do we need something else on the dam?
The impacts downstream from the Temple Street dam removal. We have worked with Marshfield, and there were 3 residents downstream of the dam, and we've worked on a design that will minimize impacts to them. I just ran down the stairs because I was watching in my office.
Thank you, Nancy.
Oh, you're welcome.
Employee of the month right there, watching the show after you've left.
So the design that we have, it's a pool and riffle system. So there'll be 3, it's almost like little steps or waterfalls. So there'll be 3 of them. And we also had public information sessions where duck hunters were concerned, because that is one of the locations where it's allowed in town. And they thought, we're going to pull the dam and there'd just be no water left. So there will still be water in the impoundment, but it will create a more natural flow with the pool and riffle system while not flooding the downstream residents.
Okay.
And then just quickly, it's connected to the stream system Veterans Park in Marshfields. That was also done recently.
It goes all the way over there.
Yes. And in between our dam at Temple Street and Veterans Park, there's one more dam that the state and North and South River Watershed are going to try to remove.
Right.
I think it might be called Chandler Street Dam, but it's not on Chandler Street. So they have seen a lot of herring get as far as that dam. So they're hoping that once the whole system is clear of dams, that we'll actually have herring that will make it all the way up.
Wow.
Temple Street.
Alewife.
Excellent.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So we can go fishing then.
With your hands. We're not allowed to come in there, too. My next update has to do with the East Street Bridge. I literally just got this notification 10 minutes before walking in here tonight. Due to unforeseen utility complications, East Street is in the vicinity of the bridge over Route 3 in Duxbury, which was closed in July of 2024. It will now be closed through April of 2026, which is very similar to what I had told you previously, and I think they said April, but now it seems to be through April of 2026. The roadway closure is necessary for construction of the bridge. No vehicular, pedestrian, or bicycle traffic will be allowed to cross the bridge during the closure. They are looking to get it done as soon as possible. So I hate to give that news because I know a lot of people that are impacted by that. I told you about the bridge reopening. The last thing, two last things. This doesn't make sense. I think we are still looking for people to run for the planning board, but the time has passed to submit papers for nominations. So now at this point, if anybody wants to be on the planning board, I think it'd be a write-in candidacy. So
Sticker.
yeah, I just mentioned that in passing. And the last thing I said I'd mention it again, public meeting and listening session hosted by Mass DOT this Wednesday from 6 to 8, February 11th, Duxbury High School Cafeteria, 71 Alden Street, and you will get your first glimpse of the new proposed bridge. And that's all I got.
This East Street Bridge thing is wildly unacceptable.
Agreed.
And I know you agree. I'm not saying it to you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Please pass that message along.
I will. I will be happy to.
They can get things done. And I know they're prioritizing. I'm sure they're prioritizing, I
I'm
should
with
say.
you. The only thing they can't get done is paving.
That I get.
The worst part.
But
it's going to warm up, right? I mean, we both
They
know.
gotta
Oh, I hope so.
they gotta put their foot on the gas pedal here. People have been
I know.
cut off
Yep.
from, added another 20 minutes on their work commute. I could go on. It's,
hear
But
you.
please don't, it's late.
it's late, but people
No,
are
no,
really,
I'm
really
with you.
angry
I'm-
about this.
I know what you mean, and I will be happy to reiterate that message.
I'm sorry, Mike.
So, no, it's fine.
Good. Anything else, Mr. Reeves?
That's it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some committee appointments and reappointments, and
Yes.
importantly, Kathy Cross has been sitting here for pretty much 4
So
hours
long.
on this matter. So, Kathy, thank you for your patience,
Where were we?
and we're getting to it right now.
Right. Actually, I move
here.
that the Select Board appoints Michael DiVilligio to the Open Space Committee for a term expiring 30th of June 2026. Also, I want to recognize Kathy Palmer, who has been an active member of the Open Space Committee, is resigning. And on behalf of the board, just want to thank Kathy Palmer for her service on the Open Space Committee.
We have a motion.
Second.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, and motion carries 5-0. Before you move on to the announcements,
Yes.
this is prepared on behalf of by Kathy Cross, about Kathy Palmer. Kathy, is it okay if I read it, or would you like to read? Okay. So this is just a recognition in furtherance of what you just mentioned, Kathy Palmer. After more than 10 years of dedicated service, Kathy Palmer has stepped down from the Community Preservation Committee and the Open Space Committee, concluding a period of service marked by dedication and commitment. Throughout her tenure, Kathy was a strong advocate for preserving the rural character of Duxbury and for protecting environmentally sensitive areas essential to the town's continuing challenge to balance growth with preservation. Her work consistently reflected a deep respect for the community and a careful, principled approach to land stewardship. Kathy joined the Open Space Committee in 2012 and became its liaison to the Community Preservation Committee in 2014. Drawing on a professional background with the Massachusetts Attorney General's office, she brought valuable legal insight and broad perspective to committee deliberations and project reviews. This decision was not made lightly. Kathy has expressed her gratitude for the opportunity to serve the town of Duxbury and for the privilege of working alongside dedicated committee members and community stakeholders. She'll greatly miss the work and the relationships formed over the years and extends her best wishes to the committees as they continue their important efforts. In addition to her committee service, Kathy supported several organizations that reflect her commitment to the community, including the Duxbury Rural and Historic Society, the Duxbury Yacht Club, and Friends of the Bluefish River. As she transitions from local service, Kathy plans to devote her time and experience as a former government attorney to broader efforts, including providing legal assistance in support of civil liberties. The town extends its sincere appreciation to Kathy Palmer for her many years of service and lasting contributions she's made to the community. Well written, Kathy Cross, and thank you, Kathy Palmer.
Thank you, Kathy Palmer.
Well said. Well said. Kathy Cross, since you've been sitting here in agony for 3.5 hours, is there anything you'd like to add before we move on? Okay. Well written. Thank you.
The following boards and committees have available seats. There is one seat available on the Design Review Board, the Economic Advisory Committee, and the Nuclear Advisory Committee. There are 3 seats available on the Duxbury Bay Management Commission, Municipal Commission on Disabilities, and the Taxation Aid Committee. If anyone is interested in volunteering on a board or committee, you're encouraged to fill out a talent bank form, which can be found on the town's website under Forms and Documents tab.
All right, we are almost done with page 2 of 3 of our agenda. Next is one-day liquor license request, March 6, 2026, Helen Bumpus Gallery Artist Reception.
I move that Mr. David Murphy, as a representative of the Helen Bumpus Gallery, is granted a one-day wine and malt license to hold an artist reception on Friday, March 6, 2026, from 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Helen Bumpus Gallery, 77 Alden Street, contingent upon the conditions of the license.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. I'll call for the vote. All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. 2 event permits. The first is MS Cape Cod Gateway Bike Race for June 27th.
I move that Miss Sandy Harslam and Miss Emily Rivera, as representative of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, Greater New England chapter, is granted permission to conduct a portion of their annual MS Cape Cod Gateway bike ride in the town of Duxbury on Saturday, June 27th, contingent upon the conditions of the permit.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. Next event permit is Duxbury Education Foundation 4th of July 5K road race for 4th of July.
I move that Ms. Whitney Carlson, as a representative of the Duxbury Education Foundation, is granted permission to hold their 5K road race on Saturday, July 4th, 2026, beginning at 6 a.m. registration to approximately 12 p.m. as described in the application materials and contingent upon the conditions of the permit.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Call for the vote. All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. Just importantly, I wanted to add, on both of these events, they are not new events. They're continuations of prior years. I know there have been concerns in prior years about proliferation of races and events and that sort of thing. These are not new.
I used to think about June and July right now.
I would like to. Page 3 of 3. Item 10, minutes, open session minutes from June 26
I
of
move that the
2026.
Select Board approves the June, what? No, the
January
January.
26.
January 26, 2026 Select Board open session minutes as presented.
We're dreaming of June.
Right. I have motion and second. Any edits, corrections, et cetera? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries 5-0. Announcements, Mr. Guttart.
Okay, the first of three. Pay attention. Beach and transfer station stickers. Beach and transfer stickers for the 2026 season valid April 1st, 2026 to March 31st, 2027 will be available to purchase starting Monday, March 2nd, 2026. Stickers will be available to purchase online through City Hall systems, by mail or drop-off, or in person at the Treasurer's Collector's Counter in the Town Hall. Please note, effective March 1st, 2026, the Town of Duxbury Select Board voted on updated beach and transfer station permit fees for the April 1st, 2026 to March 31st, 2027 season. The new rates can be found on the town's website under www.town.duxbury.ma.us/Treasurer Collectors-Office. Second, Town Hall closed. Town Hall offices will be closed on Monday, February 16th, 2026 for the President's Day holiday. And finally, the next Select Board meeting is scheduled for Monday, February 23rd, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. in the Muriel Room.
Happy school vacation, everybody.
Yes.
Anything else? I think that's it. May I have one more motion, Mr. Guttart?
I move to terminate this rather long meeting.
Second.
There's a motion second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.